Okay, I think we should be good here to get started. I'm going to be testing a bunch of different games, trying to test as many different games as possible to verify the stability of this overclock. So good evening, everybody. If you guys watched yesterday's live stream, I think that was probably one of the longest live streams I've ever done. That was just over 5 hours. I don't expect this one to be that long. But, so I did get my Slim SAS. Actually, no, I had this yesterday. So I am going to be adding Slim SAS with an M.2 drive. I've got here, this one is from Vantech. This is an adapter. So to make use of the Crosshair Heroes Slim SAS connector, I'm going to be adding a U.2, or I guess Slim SAS to U.2 with the power, with the SATA power, because I think it needs this, if I'm not mistaken. And then what I have here is a adapter. This is a multi-size M.2 NVMe to U.2 2.5-inch SSD converter / adapter from Vantech. So this, I actually do need to add these parts to my links of the video description here. Actually, let me go ahead and do that real quick. For those that may be looking at getting a Hero, if you want to support the channel, the affiliate links are down in the description of this live stream. I hope they are. Not all of them, so I need to update that. Fantastic. Okay. So let me fix this. What's missing here? Oh, ASRock is missing. There. And then I want to also add the Vantech. So for those of you that are thinking of getting the Crosshair Hero and you don't want to lose the GPU lanes, you can still run 4 M.2s. Hey Serene, I'm your favorite streamer doing epics. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're gonna be testing this overclock. I'll show you guys the settings here in a little bit. Let me just add the description. I'm updating the description of the live stream. M.2 NVMe to U.2 SFF-8639. And what is the other part number? Oh, to U.2. Okay, so what this does is this thing, well, that's it. It's in there. And then what was the other part? Oh, the cable. Yeah, the Slim SAS cable is also needed. That would be pretty important to have. So the Slim SAS cable is this one. Linker PCI, and I'm not sponsored by these guys at all. Just keep that in mind. I bought it and it works, so it's like if you guys want to benefit the same way with the Hero motherboard, NVMe, I can't spell, NVMe adapter cable to U.2 SFF-8654, 38 pins to SFF-8639, 68 pins, cable with power 75 centimeters. Okay, all right, so if you refresh the stream, the description of the video will show all the motherboards that we talked about yesterday. And then it will also show, in the middle, you'll see Vantech multi-size, which is basically this thing. The Vantech multi-size M.2 NVMe to U.2 adapter. So this does not work with SATA. So if you have a SATA M.2 drive, it will not work with this. In fact, the Slim SAS port on the Crosshair Hero does not support SATA. So you have to go NVMe only, which means you can use a Slim SAS to U.2. I believe it also works with U.3, but the cable that I have is a U.2 cable. So it's Slim SAS on this end, and then that's the SATA power, and then this end is the U.2 connector. So basically, this cable will run from the motherboard, and then on the other end, it'll be plugged into the Vantech adapter, and then inside this, you would put a regular M.2 SSD. This way, we can run a fourth M.2 drive on the Hero without impacting the lanes to the GPU. That's what that does. Is ASRock 870 Pro RS with VRM power phases enough for overclocking? Yes, that will work. The default power limit on the 9950X is only 200 watts. It's 170 watt CDP, but at full load, it only pulls 200 watts maximum. So you have plenty of margin to overclock, even if you're using a run-of-the-mill average motherboard. So yeah, that should be enough. I don't see any problems with that. 14 plus 2 plus 1. So the Hero is 18 plus 2 plus 1, I believe. Maybe it's 18 plus 2 plus 2. In any case, it's not that much more than what the Pro RS has. 5.9 gigahertz should be fine with it. Yeah, because so you don't actually need that much voltage for that. Here, where's my... Hold on. Where is... Okay, here's hardware info. Okay, just to show right here. So you guys can see, I need to show the effective clock. I guess we can do this. So what you want to pay attention to on this is right here, core effective clocks, 5,927 megahertz. This is the core effective clocks. Whereas what you see here on the maximum, this is the highest these cores have gotten. So you guys can see this one here at the top, core 0. This is this core, and the second one right here. These are the top two best performing cores on this CPU. So these are the ones that are consistently hitting 5.9 gigahertz. And then as you go down the list, you know, on the second CCD, these are hitting 5.7 gigahertz. So just to give you guys an idea of how this looks. And the maximum voltage that it will pull with the curve shaper using a mix of positive and negative. Now, I'll go over that in a little bit, but essentially what I have done is I have put a positive offset for the max frequency and a negative offset for the high and medium frequency. That way, my full core, or my 100% load, still gets the undervolt, but my single thread, aka my 5.9 gigahertz, can get positive voltage, increase in voltage, to be able to run stable. And then at the minimum and the low frequency, we do not use any negative offset, because if we do a negative offset, we could be introducing instability, aka crashing and blue screening, or just hard freezing, if we do not supply enough voltage at the low end, at the lower frequencies. So like, for example, over here on the minimum, you can see 2.7 gigahertz. Down here at the 2.7 gigahertz, when it's really, really low, see, the lowest voltage is 0.4 volts. The undervolt drops all the way down to 0.4 volts. At this low voltage, if you're trying to overclock using E-clock and the plus 200 positive offset, you could cause the computer to crash when it's idling, doing absolutely nothing. So that is the reason why Curve Shaper is really nice. Tino Zivash, thanks for the sub. But that gives you guys an idea of how this works. And then that pretty much covers it. So I'll go over the settings. But right now, with this setup, I'm not using Curve Optimizer at all. I'm only using Curve Shaper by itself to achieve 5.9 gigahertz. So you could further try to tune the system using Curve Optimizer, but if you're using the external E-clock generator that a motherboard like the Crosshair Hero offers, you can use that instead of using Curve Optimizer. Now, I could eventually use Curve Optimizer to try to get even better per core performance. Like, for example, with Curve Optimizer, you can do you could do either all cores at the same number, or you could do per CCD, which is actually really useful if you have a Ryzen 9. Or if you want to try to get the best performance, you can use per core optimizer. So you can go into Curve Optimizer and you can literally tune every single one of these cores one by one until you figure out which one is your best performer at what negative voltage offset or positive voltage offset, and so forth. And that is how you essentially overclock a Ryzen 9000 series CPU and get the most performance out of it. So doing this, you can already get 9 to 10% improvement. Okay, let me rephrase that. So if you literally just use PBO by itself, you can increase your performance by 6%. If you use Curve Shaper and Curve Optimizer, you can get an additional 5%. So you average that out to about 10% improvement in terms of the overall performance. And then if you introduce something called external clock generator or asynchronous mode, aka B clock or E clock overclocking, provided your motherboard has that feature, you can get even more performance uplift out of it. So you can get up to 12 to 15% on the high end in terms of performance uplift doing these type of overclocks. So yeah, this kind of demonstrates how this goes. And then the other thing I want to point out here is, here, let me close this out because this is blocking the path. The other thing I want to show you is, here's the thing where it gets pretty crazy. So here's my little headlight. So what I want to show you guys, let me open the side panel here. We're running this on air. We're doing this overclock. We got 5.9 gigahertz on a Noctua NH-D15 first generation. We're not even using the second generation Noctua. This is the old one. We're using a Chromax Black NH-D15. Just your run-of-the-mill dual stack or dual fin stack air cooler. No liquid cooling necessary. We're doing this fully on air. You guys can see there's the graphics card pumping out all that heat. And then what I can show you, guess what? 4 sticks of DDR5. We're doing 5.9 gigahertz with 4 sticks of DDR5 for a total of 96 gigabytes of memory at 6,000 max tuned. So I've got this RAM overclocked to 6,000 megahertz or 6,000 megatransfers across 4 sticks of DDR5. We're making this happen. I told you we're making this happen. We're running this on air with a Noctua. We're running 4 sticks of memory and we've overclocked it to 5.9. So, I guess the summary is, the key takeaway is, can you run, the age-old question, can you run 4 sticks of DDR5 at 6,000? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Absolute yes. I've been running this setup since I did the live build on Monday. I haven't even encountered a single crash. Now we're going to test it in the real world with real games while live streaming at the exact same time, at the exact same, on the one single computer. So everything is being pushed to the max. Were you getting better temps with AIO or the Noctua? So you get about the same temperature. I would say on average, the liquid cooler takes longer to saturate. So the liquid cooler does do a little bit better for sustained all-core workloads. But if you're just building it for gaming, you don't need a liquid cooler. It's not going to help you. Now, the other thing too I want to point out is, if you're running a Gen 5 SSD in the top slot, so I guess I have to show this again. I'm running a Gen 5 SSD. Let me see if I can, I don't know if you guys, well, okay, no, that won't show it. Right in there, oh no, that's the capture card. There's the GPU, hold on, I gotta turn this up. So right in there, you guys can barely see it, but do you guys see in the back, there's a black thing back there? That is the Gen 5 heatsink for my Gen 5 SSD. That heatsink gets hot. The SSD can get up to 73 degrees Celsius. And what I have found is the air cooler does a better job than a 360 AIO because it provides auxiliary cooling. Notice how there's these 2 giant fans here. This is helping cool my RAM. My RAM is literally right next to this first fan. Then I have the second fan in the middle. The second fan, I pushed it all the way down in there so that it can blow more air right across the heat pipes and also provide auxiliary airflow for that Gen 5 SSD. So my SSD actually runs at lower temperatures thanks to the air cooler providing extra airflow, whereas when I was using the 360 AIO, my SSD was running really hot because there was no airflow next to it. So not only does the RAM run cooler because there's giant fans here, the SSD is also running cooler. And then you got the ROG in the back there. And then we have the Radeon reference 7900 XTX. And we have an AverMedia down there. So we got, this system is like fully loaded right now. And you guys can see the temperature is shown on the postcode. One thing I like about ASUS's motherboards, ASUS motherboards that have postcode debugs, once you're in Windows, the postcode will show you the temperature of your CPU. So we're running a 5.9 gigahertz on air at 51 degrees Celsius while gaming. Just to give you guys an idea. And on top of that, we got 4 sticks of memory. We have a GPU going full blast. I can put my hand over here. I can feel that hot air coming off the GPU. And we have an SSD that's Gen 5 wedged back there. So this system is tuned to the max. It's great. This is basically probably the most fun I've had overclocking a computer in like 10 years. The last time I had this much fun overclocking was on an old Intel 4th gen Haswell i7. If you put the Ice Giant, would it have been? I don't know. Because see, the problem with the Ice Giant... Oop, this fell over. The Ice Giant... Well, that's not a good angle. Where's the RAM? I want to be able to show the RAM. I guess that's a better angle? I don't know. Whatever. Okay. So the problem with the Ice Giant is if you install the Ice Giant, because it's so long, you'll end up like... It'll be like top to bottom. Or no, bottom to top. It'll be like down, up airflow. So I don't know. That doesn't really benefit as well from the front to back airflow because all the intake fans are blowing air into the case. If you have the Ice Giant cooler, it basically sucks the air from the back of the GPU and pushes it upward like a chimney style, which could be good, but I don't know. I feel like that's unnecessary, although it could maybe help, but I don't think it's really necessary. That might actually help with the RAM temperature though. But yeah, the GPU temperature and the SSD temperature, I think, benefit from having the front to back air cooling. I did 128 at 6,000. Yeah, that was on, yes. So what I can tell you, Serene, so the 128 gigabytes and that RAM that I had could only do up to 5600. It's in the sense that the XMP profile on it, and I literally have it right here on the desk. So you're referring to the video where I did 128 gigs of DDR5. So yes, I have that kit right here. So this kit of RAM is a G.Skill Ripjaws S5. So I took 2 of these. So this is 64 gigs, 32 times 2. I took 2 of these. So I put, you know, like 2 of them together for a total of 128. Now the problem is this RAM, the XMP, is only certified to run at 5600. So when I was doing 6000, I was overclocking the RAM outside of what it's binned to do. So I had well, I didn't really have any problems. I had a problem with when I would put the computer to sleep, I wake it up. Sometimes it wasn't stable waking up. Now, if you cold start the computer, it works fine. Like, it would pass all the stability tests, but if you put it to sleep and then you wake it up, I had a problem where it wouldn't always resume from standby properly. So I chalked that up to either the memory. I couldn't tell what it was. It was the memory, because the memory's not rated to go at 6000. Or it could have just been the motherboard, or it could have just been the memory controller. So that's the reason why I stopped doing that test, because it was like I would need a different set of RAM. Now, I did do another test earlier this year, about 9 months ago. Maybe it was back in January of this year. I did 192 gigabytes of RAM on a Gigabyte Aorus Master, and that worked at 6000, believe it or not. But every now and then it would do the same thing where if I put the computer to sleep and I wake it up, there were issues with it not waking up from sleep. It would just, you know, it wouldn't get back to Windows. So I basically removed 2 sticks, went back to 96 gigabytes, so 2x48, and that worked. But yeah, this This new motherboard, the X870E Hero, with the 4 sticks of single rank, so that's 4 times 24, this is 100% stable. I can put this computer, I literally have not turned off this computer since I built it. Like, I've literally been using sleep mode every night when I'm done using it, and then when I come back the following day, it wakes up perfectly, and it's 100% stable. So, 4 sticks, single rank 4 sticks does work. At least with the new motherboards, it works pretty well. So the 4 sticks of RAM speed limit is not because of the CPU, but because of the motherboard? Yes, it is actually more so the motherboard than the CPU. I mean, as I've shown here, I don't know if you were watching earlier. Maybe we need to stick this camera at the top of this. Let me see if I can get a better angle here. So just to show... No, that's a bad angle. Yeah, the only downside of having a giant air cooler is it's harder to show... It's hard to show the RAM. So let me do something here. So what I'll do, is this a good angle? I'm going to remove the top of the case. The nice thing about the LandCool 3 is you can remove the lid. I really like that about this case. I can literally take the lid off. So now what I'll do is I'll just set this over here like this. So you can see we're running 4 sticks of DDR5. Maybe that? No. What's the best angle for this? Without this falling into my computer, that would be terrible. Alright, well, whatever. Can you brute force the air with the case fans to run AIO? I'm not sure what you mean. Brute force the air with the case fans to run? There isn't really much of a reason to run an AIO. Unless you're trying to get better multi-thread performance, there isn't really much of a benefit. Like, if you're just playing games, there's literally zero difference between liquid and air on a Ryzen. Now, there is a difference when you're using multi-thread. So if you're rendering videos or if you're doing Cinebench runs, yes, then the liquid cooler helps. But if you're just playing games like what we're doing here, you will never see a difference if you're running you can even run a 420 millimeter radiator versus this Noctua, and they will perform identically in gaming. That is the beauty of the AMD energy efficiency. Because the CPU doesn't use that much electricity, it doesn't overwhelm the air cooler. So it's like, I don't have to worry about running a liquid cooler in my system. I have full peace of mind of just running an air setup. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean, that's the benefit of it. I would take air over liquid any day of the week. I mean, liquid does look nicer. Like, it looks cooler to look at an AIO setup. But practicality, I'm all about practicality, man. It's so much more practical to run a giant air cooler, and you never have to worry about anything like leaking. You don't have to worry about pump whine developing. You don't have to worry about the pump failing. You know, it's gonna work like literally forever. So I actually have the original NHD14. This is the predecessor to the NHD15. So I've had this cooler for more than 12 years. This cooler is more than 12 years old, and it still performs the same as it did when I first got it. You can't say that with a liquid AIO. Do you think a liquid AIO will maintain the same amount of water 10, 15 years from now? No, it won't. Air all the way. Whenever possible, always go air. It's more reliable, less maintenance, it's just better. Even though I originally built this computer with the 360 AIO, I was very quick to switch over to Air. And the other thing too about this Noctua, I want to mention one thing about the Noctua. So I am using a 7mm offset mount. So I have lowered the cooler down. It's lowered. So it's basically pushing, it has better mounting pressure on the actual CCDs. So it's getting 3 to 5 Celsius decrease in temperature by doing the offset. Custom cooling is definitely more of a hobby thing. Like, you have to really be into custom cooling. Custom cooling will outperform both Air and a standard 420 AIO. However, do keep in mind that custom cooling is the highest maintenance setup. So if you're somebody who likes maintaining a swimming pool, go right ahead and do custom cooling. I mean, that's definitely exaggerating a bit, but you know, like, if you own a house with a swimming pool, you know what I'm talking about. You have to maintain the pump. You have to maintain the water levels. With a custom cooler, after a year, you like basically every 6 months to a year, you have to maintain your custom cooling. So it's something that gets really, I don't know. Unless you really like maintaining your computer, I would not suggest custom cooling. It's running 100% stable. Gamma, I've been running it like this since I built the computer on Monday. So if you watched my live stream on Monday, I put this computer together with the 4 sticks of memory. Since then, I have left it in like that. I've never turned off the computer. I put it to sleep. I wake it up. I put it to sleep. I wake it up. I have it fully loaded right now. We have 4 M.2 drives in here. We have a 7900 XTX. We have an AverMedia capture card. We even have a Thunderbolt capture card, which I can also plug in to use using Thunderbolt on AMD because of USB 4 being fully backwards compatible with Thunderbolt 4 and Thunderbolt 3. So it is an excellent setup, guys. Gamo, thanks for the sub. Appreciated. Welcome to the channel. Chromax D15 Gen 2 is in Q1, Q2. Yeah, I mean, I'm using the Gen 1 with the offset mount. So I will tell you guys, the nice thing about this Crosshair Hero, so not all motherboards are compatible with Noctua's offset mount. So this motherboard just so happens to have enough space. So here, I'll show you how close it is. The tolerance is so close. So, meaning the GPU, just to show you guys how close we are. Look at this. The graphics card is so close to the Noctua. There is no way there's no way I can get a screwdriver in there to detach the GPU. That is the reason why when I tell you guys get a motherboard that has a quick disconnect button, this is the reason why you need the quick disconnect button. This is an example of why quick disconnects for GPUs are a must-have in this day and age, because of how close that is. Look how close that is. The GPU, that's literally 3 to 5 millimeters of clearance between the GPU and the Noctua's fin stack. That's how close they are. So, but the benefit of the offset is I've dropped my temperatures by 3 to 5 degrees. So it's definitely worth it if your motherboard can fit the offset without the cooler running into the graphics card. So unfortunately for the Aorus Master, there's not enough distance, so I can only run the standard configuration with the Aorus Master. I'm talking about the old Aorus Master, the X670E. I don't know about the new one. So I'll just set this over here. But yeah, if you're somebody who likes 4 sticks of DDR5, you just like the way it looks. Because I'll be honest, I like 4 sticks of DDR5. 4 sticks of memory looks better than 2 sticks of memory. So not being able to fill that up until now was always kind of annoying to look at. But now, with the Ryzen 9000 series and X870E, it is possible to do 4 sticks at 6000. What is my FPS? I think it's capped. Yeah, it's capped at 60. So hold on, let me okay. We'll set it to my monitor. So we're doing about 81. We're doing about 81 frames per second, 83 FPS in 4K max settings. Remember, this is 4K. I only game at 4K. So we're getting about 82, I would say. It depends on where you are. Like, we're in the city right now. This is like Cyberpunk 2077 right here. So it's kind of, you know. But this is actually a good example of how to test your RAM. Like, if you want to test your memory, you want to test a CPU heavy game. Like Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 16, 15, Forspoken. All of those games, or any Korean MMO like Black Desert, any of those games really, those are perfect for testing the stability of your RAM in a real world workload. Sometimes you can just run mem tests and it'll pass all day. You can even run Y Cruncher and it'll pass all day. But as soon as you load up a game, it crashes. You know what I'm saying? So it's because the game is so dynamic in the workload. Like, the game is so random compared to a random benchmark that it's more likely to uncover instability. Any reason to buy the 4-kit DDR5 or get 2 plus 2? If you do get 2 plus 2, you need to install it in a specific way. And I show how to do that in the live stream build. Or in any of my videos where I'm talking about 4 sticks of memory, I explain how to install it. You have to know how to install it correctly. Meaning, if you're going to buy 1 kit of memory, you have to put it in 1 channel. You don't want to mix the channels. So check out the video that I did. Oh, let me see if I can pull it up. Trying to find, where's the video? It was a RAM. Should be the main video on the channel, I would think. It'd be better though to buy a 4-stick kit if you want to run 4 sticks. However, you can do. Let me see. Is this the video? No, is that the video? I can't remember. This one? This one? How to run? No, this one. Yeah, can you run 4 sticks? Okay, yeah, this is the video. Where's the window? Yeah, this is it. Okay, this is the video on the channel that shows how to do 4 sticks. The title of the video is Can You Run 4 Sticks of DDR5 96GB DDR5 Overclocking Guide. So that's the video. But anyway, the main thing is you have to install it correctly. So if you want to run 2 kits, so first of all, you have to buy the same kit twice. Do not buy or do not mix different brands of memory, different binnings of memory, different kits that have different XMP or Expo profiles. You want to make sure you buy 2 identical sets of RAM. So for example, what I'm showing here is 2 of the exact same. two of the exact same. The only difference is I purposely bought one of them in black and one of them in silver. That way I don't get them mixed up. So when I go and I install them, I've got the black sticks on channel A and I have the silver sticks on channel B. The reason why you have to do this is because these, even though they're advertised as the same product with the exact same timings, they were manufactured at different points on the assembly line at different times, which means they could have different micro impedances or just slight different micro differences in how the binning was done when they were pulled off the assembly line. So that's the reason why you don't want to mix them up, meaning the black sticks were made in the same batch, which means they're guaranteed to work together. So I want to pair them up together on channel A. Likewise, the silver sticks were made at a different point in time. And what I can tell you is the silver sticks are older. They were from like the end of last year, and the black sticks were made in like February or March of this year. So they're much newer. So they could be from a completely different batch, or most likely like a different batch. So that's the reason why you don't want to mix them. And this is the secret method to get 4 sticks stable if you're buying 2 separate sets of RAM. Because if you mix them, see, a lot of reasons why people say it doesn't work is because what they're doing is they're putting like black on A1 and black on B1, and then they got black on B2 and silver on B2. That is wrong. That is completely wrong. Because what they've done is now the memory controller is trying to juggle like different impedance values between this RAM on A1 wants TFA 21 or something, and this one wants TFA 20. So it's like, hold on, I can only give you guys one value. So the IMC gets confused, and it's like, I quit, I give up. This doesn't work. I'm gonna boot up at 3600. Sorry, that's basically what happens when you mix them up. So no, you want to isolate them to the exact same channel. They have to be on separate channels. Otherwise, if you want to save yourself the headache, although this isn't really that hard to do, you could just buy a kit that has 4 sticks, because those are all guaranteed to be on the same batch. 4 kit is set up to work. Yes, correct, Nero, yes. But if you're mixing 2 different ones, you gotta do it this way. Everybody knows how to install, like 2 sticks, A2, B2. But no, if you're mixing 2 different kits, you need to move one to channel A and the other to channel B. That is essentially what I've done. And that is why this works for me. Believe it or not, that is the secret method that allows this to work. Now, the other thing I want to add is single rank is more likely to be stable without any manual tweaks. So single rank means either 16 gigabyte DIMMs or 24 gigabyte DIMMs. Dual rank means you got way more memory. You got like double the modules on both the front and the back of each stick, which means you're running a 32 gigabyte stick of RAM or a 48 gigabyte stick of RAM. So what I'm showing in the video, which is exactly what I'm running literally right now. So for those that are wondering, these 4 sticks shown in my video are the exact same kits that I'm literally using right now. It's the exact same memory. I've just moved them into my new Crosshair motherboard. This video was filmed on an ASRock Steel Legend, an X870E Steel Legend, and it worked on the older ASRock motherboard. 100% stable, totally fine. So I knew this was going to work. I knew when I installed it in the new ASUS board it would work, because I've already guaranteed that it works on a lower end ASRock board. Notice the only 4 kit are Corsair, nothing from G-Skill. Yeah, and the four stick kits also tend to run at lower speeds. So if you want something that's plug and play, so let's clear something up here. If you're somebody who literally all you want is a bunch of memory for your productivity computer, what you want to aim for is probably a 4-stick 5200 megahertz kit or a 4-stick 5600 megahertz kit. What I can tell you is the new motherboards from AMD, like the X870, X870E, those will probably be able to do that 4-stick kit at 5600. The old motherboards, the X670, X670E, and maybe some of the B650 boards, those can probably run the 4-stick kit at 5200 without any tweaks. But if you're trying to do what I'm doing, like if you're trying to do 6000, which is an insane overclock for 4 sticks of memory, just to put things into perspective, the maximum supported official speed for this much RAM is 3600. Anything above 3600 with 4 sticks of memory is considered an overclock and is not guaranteed. Even if you buy a 4-stick kit that comes with a 5200 or 5600 profile, meaning even though it says 5600, it's not guaranteed to work. Now, there's a lot of confusion on that. People don't seem to understand that, and I understand why, but the official speed, if you're running 4 sticks of memory, is 3600 on DDR5. That is going to change when we get a new sort of memory called CUDIM or CUDIM, as Nero pointed out in the chat. When CUDIM becomes available, you're going to start seeing a lot more 4-kit configurations on the market. And that's because that clock redriver is going to help solve a lot of the problems with signal loss and signal reflection across the wires on the motherboard. So today, the upper bound limit for RAM, if you're running 4 sticks, is around 6000. And that assumes you are running single rank DIMMs. If you're running dual rank DIMMs, the official upper bound with an overclock is anywhere from 4800 to 5200. Now, if you're lucky, you might be able to get 5600 with dual rank DIMMs on a 2 DPC setup, which means 4 sticks of memory, but it might require you to do some manual tweaking in the BIOS, and that would require some trial and error. If you want to see what that looks like, you can probably check out, hold on, what was the video? I did a video on that, and I think the video that was referenced earlier is a video that I did called, where is it? 192. Yes, 192 gigabytes of memory. This video. I think this is the video that was being referenced. So this video I did January of this year. I show how to run 192 gigabytes of DDR5 at 6000. This is not easy to do. This is not for the amateur. This is only attempt to do this if you have a strong understanding of the BIOS settings, because this is going to require manually adjusting. First of all, you're going to be waiting like 5 minutes for the memory training, because when you're running 192 gigabytes of DDR5 at 6000 is a very high speed. That's 3 gigahertz on the RAM, on the memory clock itself. And you got a lot of memory chips running very fast. The memory controller is being stressed out trying to keep up, especially when you're trying to run in the 1:1 ratio. So this is not easy to do. This is very challenging to do. However, it is possible, as I've shown in that video, but it requires, you really got to know what you're doing in the BIOS if you're going to be doing that. You're going to be adjusting resistor values. We're not adjusting voltage. See, that's where people get confused. They're like, oh, I'll just throw more voltage at it and it'll work. No, you can't do 1.45 volts. 1.5 volts won't help. 1.55 won't help. A fan won't help. No, you have to adjust the impedance values. to get something like this to work. And the problem, you cannot just copy paste my video settings. If someone wants to do that, by all means, but it's not guaranteed to work because everybody's system is different. Everybody's RAM is slightly different in terms of when it was manufactured, in terms of the binning, in terms of is it Hynix M die, is it Hynix A die, is it Samsung, is it Micron? There's like so many different variances out there. There's variations that are near infinite, so you can't just copy paste my settings and expect it to work. What worked for me, what a lot of people don't understand is that behind the scenes, it took me like 7 hours. I was at this for a full day until I finally found settings that worked. So it's not an easy thing to achieve for the average person just trying to run a lot of RAM. And if they're trying to push it at a high speed, it's hard to do. However, it is possible. And I wanted to show that it is possible. With enough time and effort, you can get it to work. But it requires a lot of time and effort. And a deep understanding of what you're actually changing in the BIOS. That's the thing. So anyway, I guess the bottom line is, or the good news is, with the new motherboards, so the X870, we can more consistently run 4 sticks of like either 16 or 24 gigabyte sticks. So you can get up to 96 gigabytes, which is what I'm running here. This is a total of 96, so 24 times 4, that's 96 gigabytes of RAM across 4 sticks of DDR5. You can get it to run at 6,000 1-to-1 ratio relatively easily. I didn't have to do anything in the BIOS. All I had to do was set the XMP profile for 6,000 and set my VSOC to 1.2 volts because the CPU wanted to use a higher voltage. It wanted to use like 1.25 or 1.24, and I was like, no, that's too much voltage for what we're doing. So I manually set that to 1.2, and it works 100% stable. So I didn't have to do anything with the resistors, with the impedance. So there have been improvements with these newer motherboards. I don't know if this is because I'm using a Crosshair Hero, which features a technology from ASUS known as Nitro Path, and it's supposed to help with better memory speeds. ASUS claims up to 400 megahertz faster DDR5 speeds, so maybe Nitro Path is working its magic behind the scenes for me, but it is working. So this pretty much proves, this answers the age-old question of can you run 4 sticks of DDR5? The answer is yes, you can, especially with the new AMD motherboards and with the Ryzen 9000 CPUs. With all that being said, once CUDIM shows up next year, this will become a thing of the past, and I feel like running 4 sticks will become a regular thing again for people who want 4 sticks of memory, because CUDIM will solve this problem. So that's one way. Just wait for the technology to improve, and eventually it'll get there. But that'll happen next year. Might do 2x48 and wait for CUDIM. Yeah, and I mean, that's what I run in my other system. So, actually, yeah, that's what I'm running in the other system. So this computer, I literally just wanted to show that you can, if you want 4 sticks of DDR5, you can do it. It is possible. Should you do it? That's questionable. I feel like the only people that want to do this are the people that care about the looks of their system, because 4 sticks does look better. I know it's subjective, some people don't care, but if you want your build to look really clean, really nice, 4 sticks of memory just looks better than 2 sticks of memory. But I would agree, in general, 2 times 48 is definitely an easier way to go if you're somebody who doesn't really care how it looks. But the nice thing is, now you have an option. You can either do 4 sticks total 96, or you can do 2 sticks total 96. In my live streaming computer, the one that I used for my Tech Thursday show, if you guys tuned into the stream yesterday, where we went over all the motherboards, that computer was running 2x48. So that computer is using 2 sticks of memory at 6400, and that's, you know, that's dual rank. The big air cooler will hide the memory. Yeah. Yeah, I know, yeah. But if you're someone who's running like a 360 or a 420 AIO, I will say, you know, like an AIO with 4 sticks of memory, that does look pretty nice. Okay, let's queue up for something here. I want to test the stability in actual online content here. So which air cooler do you recommend, D15 or Be Quiet? I prefer the D15. Be Quiet is good. The newer ones are okay, but I think Noctua, I've just used Noctua for so long, I'm used to it. Be Quiet used to be way more annoying to install, but the newer Be Quiets are easier to install. But Noctua is super easy to install. Yeah, that's exactly why I play as tank. That's literally the reason why I play as tank. I play it for the insta-queue. That's the only reason why, man. I don't even like tanking, to be honest. I don't even like tanking. I don't even remember this fight, man. I was hoping I would get queued up for the Dawn Trail raid for the weekly. I don't even remember this fight. I shouldn't be main tanking this. I don't remember the fight. Yeah, I used to queue up as healer, but sometimes because I don't remember some of these fights, I don't want to look like I have no idea what's going on. Because if you're a healer and you don't know what's going on, it's not a good look. You know, if you're a tank and you look like you don't know what's going on, at least you can screw up a few times and you're not gonna die. So there's more leniency. Playing as a healer is certainly more, you know, it's more strict. Like, you should be more on the ball. Oh boy, get away from me. What? See what I mean? See what I mean? I wasn't even paying attention. Wait, both of us? Okay. Is the Tomahawk any good? Yes. The Tomahawk is probably the S tier X870 board this generation. This is the problem when you're like reading chat constantly. You're like looking over at the screen and then you're not paying attention to the mechanics. I forget what red is. Red is out and oh no, red is get away from the red, right? Yeah, I think. I haven't done the Shadowbringer raids in so long. This is Promise, right? Yeah, this is in Eden Promise. So this is the final tier. Do you prefer X870E Nova or X870 Tomahawk? I prefer X870 Nova. Mainly because I want the dual chipset. I want the extra connectivity that the X870E offers over the X870. I mean, it depends on the use case. Some people will never need that. But as a content creator, I want the extra lanes. Because I need to run a capture card, and I need a lot of storage. Because, as you can imagine, making YouTube videos and saving all that archive footage, that's gonna fill up the drive space really quick. Wait, what? Man, I don't remember having to get away from the middle on that. I really don't remember this fight at all. It's funny, this time me and the healer died. Last time it was me and the bard. This time we have dual white mages in this group.
Let's try something else.
The blade is imbued with light.
How about you?
Notice that only for... So, G-Skill historically has had 4 kit configs, but yeah, I think when you're looking at the Corsair ones, are the Corsair memory kits that have 4 DIMMs, are they Vengeance series or are they Dominator series?
You're not going anywhere.
Where are we supposed to... Okay.
Light will cleanse your sins.
Are we supposed to get... Are we supposed to stay in the middle, or are we supposed to... Uh-oh. Oh, this is the part where he'll...
The light's so strong.
Oh, we got... Yeah, we gotta go find him. We gotta find his shadow. Where is he? Oh, boy. Is he gonna do a knockback? Because I didn't expect him to do that knockback when he did. You're going to get the Nova? Yeah, my links are in the description. So if you're looking for the Newegg link, I've got it in the description of the live stream now. You know, somebody was telling me in that live stream yesterday, like, man, you need to put the link in the description so that you can get an affiliate link for that. Because remember the whole talking about like upselling, the upselling on the Nova. I got the Amazon link too in there too. So if you're looking for the Amazon page, you know what's funny? The Amazon page already went up in price. The Amazon, if you look at the Amazon link for the Nova, it's gone up in price. This time I used knockback resist. This time I was like, I think he's gonna do a pushback. Newegg still has it for the regular price with the rebate. So Newegg's the way to go if you want to get it for the best price. Unfortunately, I guess too many people saw that stream and the price on Amazon went up now. How much is every PC setup part in the room? I don't think it's 25K. It's not that high. I only have 2 computers. Well, hold on. What else do I got here? We can go over that in a little bit. I can look at it. There's 2 computers in here. There's a live stream computer, and there is... Aren't we supposed to go to the blue? Or is he doing the opposite? I mean, don't you have a way to sell it locally? I can't really help you there. Oh, I don't want any of this stuff. Actually, wait, doesn't this, oh, they don't give the weapons. So yeah, I don't need this. When I do the duty, I queue up hoping that I get one of the weekly normals. But unfortunately, we got that weird one. That's why I didn't really know what I was doing. Wait, so you have... Which... Oh, you have the X570 godlike. Okay. Oh, someone was asking, Chicken was asking to guess this PC price setup or how much it's worth. So this computer, I mean, you guys can try to do the math. You know, this computer, I mean, the specs are in the description of the video, unless it's outdated. Actually, no, hold on, that's not correct. Yeah, that is, what's in my description? Oh, never mind. Wait, yeah, oh, it's got the wrong board, though. I have the Aorus Master listed. So there's two computers in here. Hold on, let me... I mean, we can list them here. Here, just if people who want to know what computers are in here, like what I'm actually using. Wait, why is that so big? Oh, it's one of those. It's like it... Why is it so gigantic? Whatever. So I got two computers in here. We have the Stream... No, we have the, well... Stream PC. This has a 7950X3D, a X870E gigabyte Aorus Master. It has 2x 48 gigabytes, so that's 96 gigabytes of G.Skill 6400 mega transfers or something. Yeah. So that's the RAM. And then it has the power supply is a MSI Meg AI 1300 watt. That's the model number. So this is the PSU. This is the RAM. This is the motherboard. This is the CPU. And then the case is a Fractal Torrent. This is the Stream PC. So, and then it has a SSD 1 is a Crucial 2 terabyte or a Crucial T700 2 terabyte. That is a Gen 5. That is the world's second fastest SSD in the world right now. Then it has a inland, what was that thing called? Inland, it's got some cheap Micro Center Inland Prime 2 terabyte, and then it has a what is the other one? Inland, no, it has a Crucial P1 1 terabyte, and then it has a I can't remember what the fourth SSD is. It's some cheap SSD. It's some Gen 3 SSD. Oh, no, it's actually a pretty decent one. It's Crucial P3 Plus. 4 terabyte? Or 2 terabyte? It's like 4 or 2 I forget. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. So that's what's in there. Then it has like two hard drives. It has HDD1, Toshiba X300 8 terabyte. So once my YouTube videos are like fully uploaded, the final output is saved, or I guess the final and the raw unedited videos are like stored on the Toshiba, and there's like another backup for that Toshiba. I think it's like another Toshiba X300. I think this is like a 10 terabyte or something. So yeah, this is my main stream computer. And then it also has a PCIe X4 AverMedia Live Gamer 4K. So I think that is everything. There's a Xbox Series X controller. There's an Elgato Wave 3. I mean, there's some, you know, the keyboard, mouse stuff, whatever. This is the main computer. So when you guys tune in every Thursday, that is the computer. We'll call this Tech Thursdays. That is the computer for Tech Thursdays. And that's going to remain the computer for Tech Thursdays. I don't plan on replacing that with anything else. That's going to stay as it is. And then there's this computer. This computer is what I call the test. Well, it isn't really a test bench anymore. What do I call this? The overclock slash game PC. This one is a Ryzen 9 9950X, an X870E Crosshair Hero. This is basically the computer that you guys saw me build on Monday, is what this second computer is. RAM 4x24gb, so again 96 gigabytes of G-Skill at 6000. PSU is a, what is the thing? Oh, MSI MPG 1000 watt. The case is a Lianli Landcool 3. And then I have SSD 1 is a Inland TD510 2 terabyte. This was the world's first Gen 5 SSD. This is the one that I was telling you guys that can get up to like 70 degrees Celsius. Then I have in here, what else is in here? Oh, Inland, is it Inland? No, yeah, Inland, something, Prime, 2 terabyte, Inland, QN, something, 2 terabyte, SSD 4, Inland. Hold on, let me just, what are these? I don't even know what these drives are. What's in here again? I just put this computer together. I don't even know what the drives are. Okay, TD510, that's the Gen 5. That's the Windows drive. Then we have a Prime and a QN322. This is a really, really cheap, pathetic Gen 3 SSD. This is like the Micro Center Black Friday special. This thing only does like 2300 on the read speed. It's really bad, but I use this as a scratch drive for video editing. In fact, I think I have one of them in there or something. I don't remember. Anyway, this is a bunch of Inland. And the latest one is an Inland TN470, 2 terabyte. This is a Gen 4. So I have a Gen 4, a Gen 3, a Gen 3, and a Gen 5. So yeah, you can tell I got a lot of Micro Center branded SSDs. And then there is a Seagate, I forget what it is. It is an old 2 terabyte hard drive. And what else is in here? There is a Toshiba 2. Wow, these things need to be retired. I have some old 2 terabyte Toshibas in here, or Toshiba and Seagate hard drives. Why do I have 2 hard drives in here? I don't even use them. Oh, it's okay. I know what these are for. These are for old Steam games. You know, like back in the day when Steam didn't require, or when games didn't require an SSD. That's what these are for. So that's what's on there. And then, is that everything? Oh, PCIe X4, AverMedia Live Gamer 4K. We have another Live Gamer. Oh, I have 2 Live Gamers. I have one in each computer, even though I'm not actually using the second one. And then we also have USB 4 AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt. Yeah. So that is this is the computer. These are the computer pieces that are in this room. I guess if we want to get really technical, do we want to add the monitors? Monitors. I have 3 monitors for both computers. So that's 6 monitors total. So for the stream, so we got Tech Thursdays. Tech Thursdays uses Sony InZone M9, 4K 144 hertz, 27 inch 4K. And then we've got 4x AOC Agon 24 inch 1440p 144 hertz. What is the model number on this thing? AG1QX. I've got literally 4 of those. We got 4 24-inch 1440p 144 hertz gaming monitors. You can't get this anymore. It's discontinued. And then I've got an LG Ultra Gear. This is the newest one. LG Ultra Gear Plus. Or what is it? What is this monitor called? Is this in the description of the video? Oh, I don't have this in the video. 32-inch 4K 240 hertz OLED with dual mode 480 hertz 1080p. So that's the newest one. So there. This is what's in the room. I don't think this is $25,000. That's the PC. Or the PCs. MSI Z, what are we talking about? Z790 1490. What does this mean? You're trying to sell this stuff? Wait, you're trying to sell, what is happening? I thought you were trying to sell a godlike. You're trying to sell a oh no, that's Francisco's talking about a completely different computer, right? Oh, you're talking about your computer. Is that your computer? Or your... I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. All I know is there's some talk of selling something. Like, I don't... Okay. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, what's going on here? You're selling the MSI Godlike? Okay. Oh, I forgot to mention the cooler. The CPU coolers. The CPU coolers are just Noctua NH-D15s. They're just 2 Noctua D15. It's like 2 of them. 2X NH-D15. I got one on this computer and I got one on the other computer. That's it. That's it. It's very simple. Noctua NH-D15. 2 of them. There. Yeah, no, I just kept seeing messages about selling a godlike motherboard. I can't help you sell the godlike motherboard. I don't know what you expect. You need to sell that locally, I guess. None of this is for sale. I don't know where that came from. Like, somebody asked what computers I was using. And, I mean, there's 2 different ones. The answer is there's 2 different computers. There's a stream computer that I use for the Tech Thursday show, which is the one here on the left. And then there's the one that I'm using right now. So this one's running 4 sticks of DDR5 at 6,000. The other one's running 2 sticks of DDR5 at 6400. Or no, actually, yeah, that's 6400. Count all the boxes behind it. Those are basically a bunch of empty GPU and motherboard boxes that are behind me. And I guess the coolers and RAM and stuff. Yeah. You don't know who to sell it? Well, you don't have any way to sell it locally? Do you have a computer store that can buy used hardware off of you? Do you have a local computer shop you can go to? Or like a local computer store that'll probably buy it? No? What RAM is better, 2x48 or 4x24? So, 2x48 is going to be easier to run, and it's going to be simpler to set up. Although, if you're on a newer motherboard, like X870E, 4 sticks of 24 was pretty easy. I didn't have to do anything. Like, all the stuff that I did earlier this year to get the 4 sticks to run stable, I didn't have to do that this time. It was literally plug and play. It was actually pretty easy. So, the only difference is, I want to add one thing. So, 4 sticks of DDR5 like this takes longer to train. So when you're running 4 sticks like this, and you guys can see, we're running 51 degrees on an air cooler, overclocked to 5.9 gigahertz. Just want to point that out. We're on an air cooler. We're doing this on air, not liquid. And then, but 4 sticks though, 4 sticks takes much longer to train when you're trying to overclock it to 6000 versus 2 sticks of 48. So 2 sticks 48 will train much faster than 4 sticks of 24. So, yeah. I mean, it's pretty efficient, man. I haven't had to raise the power limit at all so far. So the highest amount of wattage, let me see, what are we pulling while gaming? We're pulling 80 watts. Anywhere from like 65, 67 to 80, 85 watts with this overclock. This is pretty good. I have not had to raise the power limit. So you know how on AMD you can go into PBO and you can set the power limit to motherboard? If you're familiar with Intel, so if you guys remember when I did my Intel guide, I showed you the Intel baseline power limits versus the default back then. This was before all the BIOS updates for the vmin fix. So default, when the 13900K launched, was 4096 watt. That's basically motherboard power limit. That's VRM power limit. So if you want to do that on AMD does not allow that by default. So by default, this is only going to pull at most 200 watts. I repeat, a 9950X, not a 7000 series. I'm talking about 9000 series. The 9950X does not pull more than 200 watts at max load. Like if you're running Cinebench, this will max to 200 watts at stock power limit. Now, once you set the power limit to motherboard, then it can pull like 230 to 250 watts, somewhere around there. And if you're really overclocking, it can get up to like 260 watts. So its power consumption is kind of like a 14700K when that's cranked up in terms of the power consumption. So like, but that's if you're trying to like max the power on the 9950X. So max power, like full tilt overclock on an AMD is going to match the power draw of a i7 14700K. It won't be able to match a 13900K in terms of the full power consumption, but it can get up there. Like, if you really, really want to push it. But the reality is, like, there's really no reason to do that, because the computer's, the processor is designed to be so efficient. It's like, why even bother trying to push 250, 260 watts when there's really no reason to, you know? So at that point, the air cooler, so the Noctua air cooler can't really handle above 250 watts. That's kind of where it maxes out. So if you're trying to do that, you're going to see the CPU hit 95 degrees Celsius. So that's why I don't really recommend doing that. However, if you're someone who just wants to see like a really, really high Cinebench score, I mean, you can do that, and you're going to be scoring like 45, 46,000 in Cinebench R23 with this new 9950X. So it is pretty nice. Like, I mean, I feel like the reviewers did not do this launch justice, but I think part of that was on AMD. I feel like AMD should have done things differently. Number one, AMD should have launched the X870 motherboards and the 9000 CPUs together at the same time. They also should have launched them with the current AGISA 1202, which reduces the inter-CCD latency on the Ryzen 9 CPUs. So, I mean, that, and then there was the whole thing with Windows. The Windows thing, I don't really care, because for my own testing, I don't really see a significant difference between Windows 10 and Windows 11. So I don't know what that's all about. I feel like that's people not following instructions more than anything. But, I mean, my results are good. Like, if you want to see my review of the 9950X, I reviewed both the 9950X and the 9700X, and I review things at stock out of box. I never do a review, official review, with overclocked settings. If I'm going to do overclock settings, I'm going to show that in a separate video. And the reason why I do that is because, number one, not everybody overclocks. Number two, a lot of people buy pre-builds that are not overclocked and they run at stock settings. So if they want to see what they're actually getting out of the box, it is better to test and review out of box stock performance, not overclocked memory or overclocked settings. I feel like that is a useless review, because it's not representative of how the product functions by default, if that makes sense. Did your I tuned them to get the same timings, Serene. So it's like they're literally the same. Like, I have the nanoseconds at like 65 nanoseconds of latency with these 4 sticks, which is pretty good. So we're running, I mean, I can show you the Zen timings. It's gonna make that thing like tiny again, or is it? Hold on. All right, here's the Zen timings. So you can see we are running 6000 and F-clock 2000. You want F-clock to be 1/3 of your memory clock if you're in 1-to-1 mode. And then we're running the CL32 profile. So these are the primary timings of the XMP profile. And then I manually set VSOC to 1.2 volts. Because the motherboard wanted to do 1.24, 1.245, somewhere around there, and I thought, no, it doesn't need more than 1.2 volts. Because I've tested this RAM previously on the older motherboard, and it never needed more than 1.2 to be stable. So I manually lowered this to 1.2, and it works fine. But you can see the MEMVD is pretty standard stuff for 6000, so 1.35 for CL32, that's fine. That's what it needs. And then VDDIO is 0.1 volt, or no, 0.01 volt lower than the VDDQ. That's the typical rule of thumb for that. And then everything else is basically stock. The one thing that I adjusted manually in terms of the timings, I manually set TREFI to 49,920 because this is the number where I got this number from Gigabyte. Gigabyte says that this is kind of like a secret number that they use internally to get better, like much lower latency and higher throughput without worrying about it running at the absolute edge of stability. So if you guys are familiar with, I mean, we'll just use BuildZoid. Shout out to BuildZoid as an example. So BuildZoid typically recommends like 65,000 something, like 65,515 or something in the TREFI. The problem with that number, that's fine if it runs stable, but from my own testing using that number is literally the maximum. So you have no margin of error for stability if you run a TREFI at that maxed out number, which means if you're somebody who uses sleep mode on your computer, so if you put your computer to sleep rather than shutting it down when you're done using it, and then when you come back the next day and you wake it up, sometimes if the TREFI is fully maxed out, sometimes when the memory is in that low power standby state, it has trouble with the pull-up voltage, and that refresh interval being too high is too fast for it. So sometimes your computer will fail to wake from sleep, and you'll have to cold start your computer or reset your computer. So that's the reason why I don't recommend running TREFI at that number if you're somebody who likes to put your computer to sleep rather than turn it off. And I am that type of person. I never shut off my computer. I only put it to sleep when I'm done using it, and then I just wake it up immediately the following day. Because that way, it's much quicker to start using the PC again. You don't have to wait for it to start up. You literally, every time I come to my computer, I press the space bar on the keyboard, and the thing instantly wakes up just like if it was a laptop in standby sleep mode. So that's how I've always used my desktops. And Gigabyte recommends 49,920 for a really good improvement versus stock XMP or Expo. And I've done the test. Like, I can tell you, IDA 64 with a default TREFI, the latency is like 79 to 81 nanoseconds when you're running 4 sticks of memory. So the latency is pretty high when you run 4 sticks of memory. However, by just changing TREFI to 49,920, I dropped the latency all the way down from 81 nanoseconds all the way down to 65, anywhere from 64 to 66 nanoseconds. That is a massive drop in latency. So, and that is, and keep in mind, we're doing 4 sticks of DDR5 at 6,000. So that is like, I mean, I'll take that. That's pretty much the same latency number that I see with 2 sticks of memory. So, really, really good stuff. It's a very good daily overclock. I don't have to worry about instability because I'm not running at the edge or the very limit of what it's capable of doing. So there's enough margin in there. So sleep works. Games are not crashing. You know, Prime 95 passes. You can do like 24 hours, it'll pass. I mean, it's 100% stable. That's all I can say. I mean, there's not much more to add to that. I can live stream on the computer and play games and have the YouTube chat running and all the browser tabs open for the motherboards that we talked about. Basically, it all just works. At the end of the day, it all works reliably. And I'm somebody who will not use an overclock unless it's 100% stable. I don't do 90% stable. I don't do 99% stable. No, it has to be 100% stable. Because if you're gonna think about it like this, if you're gonna be live streaming stuff, you cannot have your computer crashing while you're live. Like, that looks so unprofessional. It just looks like, you know, it's just not a good look. So it's got to be reliable. It has to be 100% stable if we are going to do an overclock. So what I'm saying, I guess the bottom line is, any overclock that you see from me on this channel is geared towards a 24/7 daily driver overclock that you can use for the PC. I don't care about setting world records. I don't care about, you know, oh look, I can do this one trick pony. I can get a Cinebench run that's like 47,000 or whatever. You know, I don't really care about that. I mean, that's cool, but that's not practical. You're like, there's no tangible benefit in being able to do that. You know, like if the computer's not stable, it's like, what's the point of doing that? It's like you can't actually use the computer when it's running that fast. So anything that I show on this channel in regards to overclocking will always be a guaranteed stable overclock that if you guys want to copy paste the settings, you can. But remember, it's an overclock and not everybody has the same hardware. It's not guaranteed to work. Everyone's setup could be different. Everyone's silicon quality could be different. Some people could have a better binned CPU than me. Some could have a worse one. So if you want to get into overclocking, then you need to, I would say you would start very conservatively in terms of what you're changing. So instead of doing like, you know, plus 200 offset on the megahertz, try plus 50 or try 100 and see if that works. And then if there's not enough voltage, then you're going to need to do, you know, scalar control override or something like that. So, and if we're on Intel, it's completely different because Intel is using something called adaptive voltage mode or offset voltage mode. I mean, you have those in AMD, but you don't use those in AMD because AMD is set up in a way where they distinguish between the normal mode, normal operation, where it uses the algorithms or the AI of the BIOS to manage the power boost, frequency, voltages, basically an algorithm that determines the boost. Whereas with Intel, it's the same sort of thing where it has something like thermal velocity, but it has this adaptive voltage mode from the olden days of overclocking since 4th gen, and that's kind of different from AMD. Whereas AMD, like, you usually use the algorithm tools and you tune that to adjust the boost behavior. But if you want to do like old school overclocking, like V-core overclocking and offset voltage overclocking, AMD can do that. However, it basically shuts off the PBO and the CO and the CS if you want to do like a V-core traditional overclock. So it turns on something called OC mode or overclocking mode, which is truly meant for those who are trying to chase world records for overclocking as a hobby, as a competition, and that kind of thing. So that's not something for everyday people. That's not something that you would use with your PC on a daily basis. So AMD kind of distinguishes two different modes. You have like the normal mode and you have the OC mode. And the overclocking that I will show primarily will be the normal mode with the overclock adjustments, not the OC mode. The OC mode is meant for those who are doing phase change, LN2, you know, like they're doing like the extreme stuff that you see at Computex for overclocking competitions. Yeah, Edgar. No, I can't help you, man, with that. Like, if you need help building a PC, there's plenty of guide videos. I have done build videos on the channel, and I'm not even the only one that's done that. So it's not, like, there's a lot of content out there if you need help building a PC. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't help you do that. And the selling the motherboard, like, you're gonna have to figure that out. I hate to say it, but you have to figure that out locally, man. You either have to use eBay or Facebook Marketplace. I mean, there's lots of ways to sell it online. But honestly, if I were you, I would try to sell it locally first before I try to sell it online. That's where I would start. But yeah, I'm sorry I can't help you there, but I mean, that's... Yeah, I would try to see, like, look up local computer repair shops, contact them, see if they buy used hardware that's in working condition. You know, maybe those guys would be able to sell it on their own. Maybe someone sell... Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if, like, a computer repair shop sells stuff like that. Because sometimes they'll get stuff in for repair and they'll fix it, or they can't fix it, so they'll sell the parts off as spares, or they'll keep it for spares themselves. So they might buy it off of you just to keep it as like a test motherboard or something like that. So yeah, that's what I would do. Change Celeron 300 amp FSB from that to that stable. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, man. That is how I learned to overclock. I learned to overclock. So the first CPU that I ever overclocked was an AMD Athlon 2 dual core CPU. I think it was either that or it was a Phenom, an AMD Phenom 2 X4. Then the next CPU I learned how to overclock was a Intel i5 3570K. And then I learned how to overclock AMD's FX8350, and then I learned how to overclock an Intel i7 4770K. And all of those CPUs, all those AMD and Intel CPUs, those old school CPUs, they all overclock the same way. You change the multiplier. You basically buy a CPU that has an unlocked multiplier. So if you were on Intel, that means you bought a K SKU, like a 3570K or a 4770K. And if you were on AMD, AMD was like any CPU, man. Like all the AMD CPUs had unlocked multipliers. It didn't matter. It was like whatever you had, you could do an overclock if you wanted. That was the nice thing about AMD. I mean, you know, and they're still like that. But I learned how to do multiplier overclocking, FSB, also known as B clock or base clock overclocking. That was how I learned how to overclock. And then when Ryzen came out, everything changed. Because Ryzen, overclocking a Ryzen CPU, like you can do that old school style of overclock on a Ryzen, but that's called OC mode, and nobody does that. Like nobody does OC mode unless you're doing like LN2 or phase change, or you got a chiller and you're trying to like push for a world record. Like if you're trying to overclock like what I'm doing here, 5.9 gigahertz overclock, like you don't use V-core and offset mode, and no one does that. Like you overclock Ryzen like you're overclocking an NVIDIA GeForce graphics card. As weird as that sounds, I've said this before, Ryzen and GeForce overclock in very similar fashion. So if you know how to overclock an NVIDIA GPU, you would easily learn, you would be able to pick up how to overclock a Ryzen CPU, because both of them behave very similar in terms of what you actually do to make them run faster. But ever since Ryzen came out, it's like, man, CPUs are like overclocking GPUs now. And then Intel came out with thermal boost or thermal velocity boost or thermal boost velocity or something. With the Rocket Lake, they had the thermal boost, which is kind of like AMD's style, but not exactly. So when Intel came out with thermal velocity boost, Intel overclocks like a Radeon graphics card. So it sounds super weird to say that, but Ryzen and GeForce are like one in the same in terms of how they overclock. Meanwhile, Intel Core and AMD Radeon, those two overclock in the same fashion, using the modern style of overclocking. So it's like Intel plus Radeon, like if you learn how to overclock Radeon, you can learn how to overclock an Intel CPU. Likewise, if you know how to overclock an Intel CPU, it is very easy for you to overclock a Radeon GPU. So it's almost like they're of the same language family. It's like Intel Core speaks Spanish and Radeon speaks Italian or Portuguese. Like, they're of the similar, they're like cousin languages or like sister languages, if that makes sense. So like Radeon and Intel, man, they're basically like brothers. It sounds really weird, but only someone who has overclocked all these different devices would understand where I'm coming from when I'm saying this, when I'm using this as a comparison. And likewise, GeForce and Ryzen are like, that's like, what would that be like? That would be like German and English or something. I don't know. It's like what I'm trying to say is they're more similar. Can you overclock a 7800X3D by a couple 100 megahertz? Yeah. Yes, you can, Aztec. You can use a. Here, actually, I don't know if I can set this up real quick. Here, let's do this. Actually, I think I have a video, guys. Like, I don't know if you guys watched my video. I have a video that shows how to overclock. And you can apply this to the X3D. What I show works for X3D. Does this have the full guide, though? Let me see. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, hold on. This is curve shaper, so that won't work. This one? Yeah, I'll show you guys from the point of an ASRock, because there's a couple of you that recently bought an ASRock Nova. So you're probably wondering like if you've never had an ASRock motherboard before, you're probably like, well, what is it gonna look like? Okay, so let's do this then. Okay, so when you go into the BIOS, this is, and by the way, I have these are my videos. I made these overclocking guides, so definitely if you want the full explanation, check out my video. These videos are recent. Like if you go look at my channel, this video was uploaded 6 days ago, so literally like last weekend. So basically, if you're on an ASRock motherboard, this is what you'll see. And you can load an XMP profile or an expo profile, for example, like DDR5 8000 is what I'm using in this example. But what you guys are asking is the overclock. So this is the memory. There's there's that magic 49,920 that Gigabyte recommends that you use for lower latency without worrying about instability, because there's enough margin anyway. So then you go into the AMD overclocking submenu. So you go to the advanced tab and you go to AMD overclocking, and there's going to be a warning saying, because remember, overclocking is not guaranteed. Also, if you don't know what you're doing, do not overclock, because damage caused by you can basically, if you really don't know what you're doing, you could damage your processor. Like if you mess up the voltages, you set things too high, or at the very least, you would have to reset the CMOS. You have to clear CMOS. And some of the motherboards don't have clear CMOS buttons, so you have to short 2 pins on the board with a screwdriver. So if you really don't know what you're doing, I don't recommend this. But for an academic exercise, this can show you what it looks like if you want to overclock a 7800X3D or any Ryzen CPU. This applies to Ryzen 7000 and Ryzen 9000. So in this video, I'm showing how to do this for a 9950X. But you're going to go into the... Where's the menu? Let me just let this play out. So you're going to go to where it says Precision Boost Overdrive. So you enter the Precision Boost Overdrive submenu. And here's the nice thing about ASRock. If you're using, like for example, if you're on a Nova or a Tai Chi or any of them, the motherboard shown in this video is an ASRock X670E Steel Legend. So, but it'll be very similar on all the ASRock boards. The nice about ASRock is as you drill into all these menus, it's like folders. They make it look like folders in a computer, like in a directory. So it's very easy to see how far in you are, like how many different layers deep are you in these settings up at the top. So the Precision Boost Overdrive, also known as PBO, is set to auto by default. But what we're going to do for the overclock, we're going to set it to advanced, because advanced is going to bring up the full menu items. So things like the PBO limit. If you're familiar with Intel, Intel has something called unlimited power mode. If you want to run unlimited power on AMD, that's going to be under the PBO limit. The default is auto, which basically means it would run at the TDP of the processor. So for example, in this video, we're running a 9950X. The 9950X defaults to 170 watts TDP. If you set this to unlimited, it's basically going to run at the limit of the VRM of the motherboard. However, that doesn't mean that you're going to push, you know, like 3000 watts or whatever through your CPU. You're going to kill your CPU if you do that. What will happen is the voltage regulator will basically run at whatever the thermal limit is, because you're no longer power limited. So the thing that I want to point out about Ryzen, at least Ryzen 7000 and Ryzen 9000, they're designed to run at a thermal limit. So they target a specific temperature, in this case it's 95 degrees Celsius, to boost until they reach 95C. What that means is that they will continue to boost until they hit 95C. They'll boost, 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 hit 95, then level off. So think of it like if you have a car and your car has it basically has a speed limiter on it, right? So if the speed limiter prevents the car from running more than, we'll say, 160 kilometers an hour, or you know, whatever that is in miles, so like 120-ish or 110, let's just say 110 miles an hour, whatever that is in kilometers per hour. Like if there's a limit on how fast we'll go, think of it like the 95C is that speed limiter that the Ryzen CPU will try to run up to, and then once it hits that, it doesn't go beyond that. It basically flatlines once it hits that. But the new Ryzen 9000s are different in the sense that they actually have power limits that they will hit before they hit 95 degrees Celsius. Meaning, though they do have a temperature limit, or a thermal target, I should say, a temperature target of 95C, they typically don't use enough electricity to heat them up to get to 95 Celsius, unless you're using a really lousy cooler. If you have a decent air cooler, like the Noctua D15, for example, you're never going to see a Ryzen 9950X or any of the 9000 CPUs ever touch 95 Celsius, even when running Cinebench, because they don't use enough electricity to fully saturate the Noctua D15. So the only way that you can see a Ryzen 9000 CPU hit 95 degrees Celsius is by raising the power limit, basically turning on unlimited power mode and letting it turbo up until it reaches its target temperature of 95 Celsius. So that is what PBO limits allows. And then, so I don't actually use that in this example, but that is what that does. So a couple things. There's Curve Optimizer, and if you're on a Ryzen 9000 series, you also have access to Curve Shaper, which is actually a game changer and what makes overclocking on Zen 5 so much more fun than on Zen 4. What gigabyte board has 2 B clocks? I actually don't know, because what I can tell you is, as far as I know, the X670E Aorus Master does not have 2 B clocks. I would assume the Gigabyte Aorus Extreme might have 2 external B clocks, but you're gonna have to verify that from somebody else. I personally don't know. I can tell you, as somebody who has an Aorus Master, the Aorus Master does not have 2 B clocks, which is unfortunate. But maybe the Extreme has it. And Gigabyte is going to release a $800, maybe $700. It's either going to be $700 like the Hero, or it might even be $800. An X870E Aorus Extreme AI top. That is going to be their flagship board for the new Ryzen 9000 CPUs. I don't know when that's coming out, but they have announced it. It will show up. Yeah, RK saying $800. Yeah, it's probably going to be $800. And that might have 2 external E clocks. I would be very surprised if it did not have that at that price point. Okay, so yeah, here it is. I'm trying to explain the video, but yeah, I definitely check out the video. It explains the power limits. So motherboard is basically unlimited power. That basically tells the voltage regulator, hey, the power limit is basically the VRM of the motherboard, which means the CPU can reach its 95 degree temperature target. But I wanted just to show where the settings are on how to get the higher. So that's more aggressive voltage. There it is. So this one, the CPU boost clock override. So for the question about the 7800X3D, if you want to overclock your 7800X3D by up to 200 megahertz, this is the secret. Well, it's not secret, but this is the menu option. CPU boost clock override. You would set enabled positive, and then you would put a number 200. You would type in 200 in this, unless you're on Gigabyte. Gigabyte's really nice because unlike ASRock and ASUS, Gigabyte has a drop-down menu. You can choose the number so you know exactly what the maximum is. Otherwise, you have to understand what the maximum is. And in this case, it's 200. You cannot enter a value greater than 200 megahertz in this field. If you type 300, in fact, I show it in the video, but if you type 300 or 400 or 500 or whatever, 99999, it'll automatically correct it to 200. So ASRock will do that. I don't know about MSI or ASUS. So actually, I think ASUS might have the drop down. I forget. I did it literally like on Monday. But that's it. That's where you go to do it. What this does not mean that the CPU will force a 200 megahertz overclock, like if you're doing B clock, for example. What this means is the CPU F max, the max frequency that is allowed, can go up to an additional 200 megahertz. So what that means is if you have a 7800X3D and you put this in just like I've shown it here, it means you have shifted the maximum allowable frequency by an additional 200 megahertz. So on the, and someone's gonna have to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the 7800X3D, I believe the Fmax default is 5050 megahertz. So it normally will never exceed 5050 megahertz on a 7800X3D. But if you type this 200 in here and you say positive, you have now shifted that by 200 megahertz, meaning now the 7850X3D is allowed to run at 5250 megahertz. So it is allowed an additional 200 megahertz. On the X3D, it will only max out at that without B clock. That will not increase it. But doesn't it depend on the margin though? So like, for example, if I type this in and if I put a curve optimizer of negative 30 or 35 or whatever it's stable at, by lowering the voltage, won't it be able to use the margin to boost up? Because that's typically how it works. Has anybody done this on a 7800X3D? Can you confirm if that works? I know what RK is saying. I mean, I know definitely if you use B clock, it's going to go up. So you're saying that this doesn't affect X3D at all? Even with a negative 35 offset on curve optimizer? See, I thought if you put curve optimizer in there, it would work. Is the setting even there if you're on an X3D? Okay. So then the only way to increase X3D is through B clock then. From what, if what you're saying is true, this doesn't work on X3D. But see, I remember doing this on the 7950 XV and I did see it go up. But maybe if you do this on a 7950 X3D, it only works on the non-3D Vcache. Maybe that's why I saw an increase. Because I was seeing 5.8. I was seeing 5.85 on my 7950 X3D when I did this. You definitely get better performance with the PBO and curve optimizer, but the max is 50/50. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, I may have to look into that. I want to test it on a 7950 X3D just to see if the non Vcache CCD goes up, but the Vcache one does not. That'll be interesting to see. But yeah, that is how it looks on ASRock. Because not a lot of people get to see what an ASRock BIOS looks like. But man, it's got some good descriptions. You guys can see, like right over here on the right, it tells you exactly what the setting does. It even has a QR code option. You can even scan a QR code, like to get more details on what the overclock thing does. Any B650 boards with 2 B clocks? No. That's gonna be an X670E or X870E exclusive. Guys, that's the thing. That is the thing. A lot of people are always wondering, like, why are some of these motherboards so expensive compared to most of them? That external, the dual B clock, is the secret sauce. That's the secret sauce. That's where the motherboard manufacturers get you. If you want to overclock and you want to get the absolute best single thread performance possible for gaming, you have to buy a motherboard that has dual B clock. You're asking if this one has 2 B clocks? No, this one does not. This is a Steel Legend. This is like a mid-tier board. This is like a $300 motherboard from ASRock, or like it's like a $280 to $300 motherboard. I think I paid $279 at Micro Center for this board. Do you notice the higher resolution BIOS on your X? Yeah, I do. It does boot up on my 4K monitor at like 1080p instead of like 480p or whatever it used to do. Does the Nova have it? Chicken, that is a great question. I don't think it does. I said this yesterday. I would be very surprised if this motherboard had that. If this motherboard had dual B clock, there would literally be no reason for ASRock to sell a $500 or a $450 Tai Chi. So here's my guess. This is why when I talk about the brands, I always look at them from the lens of the flagship. If you're into overclocking, it's always about the flagships. I'm pretty sure, and I guess RK, because I know RK was planning on getting the Tai Chi. Like, if RK's able to test the Tai Chi, we can find out if the Tai Chi has the new Tai Chi, that is. So this one, the X870E, the one that has better memory overclocking capability compared to the older one. We can see if this has dual B clock. But here's the thing. If the Tai Chi has dual B clock, this will be the lowest priced motherboard to offer that. This is $450. Everything else that's a flagship is like $700 or more. Earlier, someone had asked to compare the Hero and the Nova. Well, the difference is the Nova does not steal lanes from the GPU for additional M.2 drives, whereas the Hero does. The Hero takes 8 lanes from the GPU to give you 2 additional Gen 5 drives, whereas the Nova does not. So depending on what you're looking for, it determines like which one you think is better. So one thing that I know for a fact, the Hero has dual B clocks. So if you want the best single thread overclocking capability, the Hero can guarantee that. It is unknown whether the Nova has that. I would assume that it does not have that feature, but only somebody who has this motherboard can confirm that, because I don't actually know. My assumption is no, it does not. So one of the things that the Hero has that the Nova does not is the dual B clock. So this can tune better single thread performance for a Ryzen CPU, whereas the Nova doesn't have that feature. The assumption is it does not have that feature. The Hero provides 3 Gen 5 M.2 slots, whereas the Nova only provides 1. However, the Hero does that by stealing half of the GPU lanes to provide the 2nd and 3rd Gen 5 drives. Whereas the Nova can't do that, so it doesn't take any lanes from the graphics card. So some people might prefer not taking lanes from the GPU. Others don't care, because if they're planning on getting, for example, an RTX 5090, which will be a Gen 5 GPU, at least that's the assumption, then they can afford to run a 5090 at 8 lanes of Gen 5 and still get all of the performance, because 8 lanes of Gen 5 is equal to 16 lanes of Gen 4. Dedicated X4? No, neither one of them have dedicated X4. The Hero has a 8-lane second slot that shares lanes with the graphics card, so it has no X4 slot. The Nova also does not have an X4 slot. So what that means is if you want to run a 4K 60 internal capture card, you cannot do that with the Nova, because the Nova only has an X1 and an X2, whereas the Hero has an X8. However, it takes lanes from the graphics card. So as soon as you plug in your AverMedia or your Elgato in that second slot, you lose half of the lanes to the GPU. But on the bright side, and Nero beat me to it. If you use an external USB 4 4K 60 capture card like this AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt, for example, link should be in the description below. Let me make sure that it is. Yes, I have this linked in the description of this video. So if you use this with either one of these motherboards, because both of them support mandatory USB 4, now you're using an external capture card and you don't even need to worry about the X4. So they both kind of tie in that regard. One thing I will say about the Nova, though, versus the Hero. The Hero has 5 gig and 2.5 gig LAN. The Nova only has 5 gig LAN. It does not have 2.5 gig LAN. However, the Nova has an X2 slot at the bottom where the Hero does not, which means if you wanted to, you could add a 10 gigabit network card to the Nova and your GPU is still running at 16 lanes. There is one caveat with doing that. If you plan to use the bottom slot of the Nova for either 10 gig LAN or a sound card or something, even though you could run the sound card off of the second slot, so I would not use the bottom slot for a sound card. If you plan to add 10 gigabit LAN to the bottom slot of the Nova, just know that you cannot use the 5th M.2 slot. You will be only able to use 4 SSDs. You cannot use the 5th one because the 5th one shares lanes. It shares those 2 lanes with the bottom slot. So that is another, pick and choose on the Nova, where at least you get the option. The good thing about it is that you at least get the option and you're never hampering your GPU. You're never compromising on your GPU lanes. It's always going to be 16 lanes no matter what on the Nova. So that's the nice thing about it. So it really depends on the use case. I would say overclockers are gonna go for the Hero because they want to guarantee the dual B clock feature. Whereas I feel like 95% of everybody else looking to upgrade or build their new PC, the Nova is most likely the most optimal choice because it's offering you so much value and it feels like a modern motherboard because it has all of these features. It has postcode, it has the GPU disconnect, it has, an X2 slot, it has 5 M.2 slots. I mean, it has 5 gigabit LAN, USB 4, Wi-Fi 7, the list goes on, and it has the better trace layout for better DDR5 speeds because it's the 2nd generation of AMD motherboards for DDR5. So definitely, if you're building new, if you're like a first-time PC builder, like if you're building your very first PC, or if you've been on a PC for like 7 years and you're finally upgrading this year, the Nova is a solid recommendation. Like, honestly, like I just said, I cannot see most people opting for any other motherboard unless they, unless they just don't like the look of the Nova or something, or unless they want like a specific thing that the Nova doesn't have. Like if they need an X4 slot, for example, that would be like the one thing that sticks out to me as the weak spot on the Nova. The lack of an X4 PCIe slot hurts this motherboard. Nova is sold out on Newegg? Are you serious? What? Oh man, are you serious? It's gone? Oh no, too many people watched the video. Oh man, it's gone. It's gone. Wow, I knew that was gonna happen. I just think it wouldn't. I didn't think it would happen that fast. I thought it was gonna sell out by Monday, man. I didn't think it was gonna sell out at the start of the weekend. What? Well, see, there's people out there. The more you know, the people who are in the know what to do. I still can't believe that it has a backplate, guys. If you look at the picture on Newegg shows the backplate. I can't believe the Nova has a backplate. That's insane. $350 motherboard with a backplate and 5 M.2 slots. I mean, it's S tier. It's S tier, so I'm not really surprised that it's sold out. I don't think we're gonna see that come back in stock for a long time. That's not coming back for a while. That's, man, that was the best deal. It went up to 400 on Amazon. Yeah, no, we said that at the beginning of the stream. I was telling people I added the links to the description of my video, and I checked the links to make sure that they were working, and I clicked on the Amazon one, and yeah, sure enough, the price on Amazon was already up. So everybody went to Newegg and bought it out because yeah, wow. Wow, that's, man, that, you don't see stuff like this every often, guys. Like, this is a rare sight. This is like a rare moment in time for tech enthusiasts to witness an actual PC product, in this case a motherboard, which is offering so much value at such a good price. Like, this could have easily been a $500 motherboard. Like, there's no reason this could not have been, even at $500, this would still be like an S tier motherboard. At $350 though, that elevates this into a class of its own. Like, this is literally off by itself. No other motherboard. Doesn't matter that this motherboard doesn't have the dual E-clock. Just the fact that it's giving 95% of all PC builders everything that they would ever need except the X4 slot and the dual E-clock. Those are like the only two things. I gotta grasp at straws here to try to ding this thing on whatever I can throw at it, and the two things that stick out to me: no X4 slot and no dual B clock. And the no dual B clock is not a guaranteed thing. I'm making an assumption that it doesn't have that feature. If it does indeed have that feature, that is like, I don't know, man. This is basically like a god tier motherboard if it actually has that feature. But even without that, it's still in a class of its own. Like, this is the first time in history that of me building PCs that I've ever seen a motherboard show up at launch that offers this much value. With the current way electronics have gotten in terms of how expensive everything's gotten in the last couple of generations of hardware, this is a refreshing thing to see. But yeah, wow. I mean, I can't believe the backplate. The backplate part, the backplate on a $350 board, when a lot of $500 boards don't even have a backplate. I don't believe it. It's insane. It doesn't have two onboard 3.1 Gen 1 front panel. No, I think it does. It does. You can see them right there. Hold on, let me find the gallery. They're there. One here, it's got a right angled one, and then it's got one down here at the bottom. So you can barely see it. This one right here, this is a USB 3.1 Gen 1 front panel connector, and then here is another one that's right angled. So no, it does have two. And then it has two USB 2.0 ones as well. So it's basically fully loaded. It has the 20 gigabit USB-C right there for the front panel. No, this thing has like everything that most people would ever need. The only thing, this fifth SSD right here, this one, you gotta pick between this and the bottom X2 slot. You either get a fifth drive or you get a 10 gig LAN. That's basically what it boils down to. Do you want 10 gig LAN or do you want a 5th M.2? You got to choose one. You can't have both. That is another negative of the board. But the price alone, the backplate, like, I mean, it's still S tier. Is the 5 gig LAN backwards compatible with 2.5? Yes, you can connect a 2.5 gig computer to a 5 gig computer. It will auto negotiate down to 2.5. So, like, if you plug a 5 gig LAN into a 2.5 gig switch, it will drop down and run at 2.5. It'll do something called auto negotiation, and it will run at the lower speed. Crazy, crazy value, though. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention. There was a discussion regarding the Godlike yesterday. If you guys remember, we talked about, let me go to that page, X870E Godlike. So the Godlike and the Tomahawk. Where's the Tomahawk at? Oh, no, this is the Elite. So the Tomahawk, I think the Tomahawk and the Godlike are using the same solution to achieve 2 Gen 5 SSDs without impacting the graphics card. So it's not documented on the Godlike's product page. So I'm still only speculating at this point. But based off of the understanding of the chipset and the CPU lanes, I strongly believe that the Tomahawk, what the Tomahawk does is the 40 gigabit USB-C chip and the 2nd Gen 5 SSD share the bandwidth. At this point in time, they don't show it on the site here, but I'm pretty sure the Godlike is doing the same thing that the Tomahawk does, so that it can run the graphics card at full 16 lanes without taking lanes for an M.2. So I'm pretty sure the Godlike functions that way. So that furthers its advantages over other motherboards. So that, it still maintains its godlike position. And if it does function that way, if it's just like Tomahawk, that makes it even better. Because honestly, if I'm grading these motherboards, I do plan to make the tier list video soon. I'm probably going to film it tomorrow for the X870E. I'm not going to compare them all at once. X870 will be a separate comparison. X870E will be its separate video, and then X870. But right now, from what I can tell, based off of everything we looked at yesterday in that super long live stream, the Tomahawk looks like it's going to be S tier. This looks like it's going to be the S tier board for the X870 series. This looks like the best one out of all of them. For X870, meaning single chipset. Now, clearly, we already know who won X870E. Nova, hands down, won. Like, nothing else comes close. Like, this is literally the victor. This is like S tier plus. So for X870E, the best overall motherboard, period, is the Taichi Nova. Or not the Taichi Nova. The ASRock Phantom Gaming X870E Nova Wi-Fi. This is the winner. This is the Game Tech Reviews winner of the AMD X870E motherboards. And then the winner, currently, I'm not 100% yet, but I'm thinking right now, the Tomahawk is in first place right now. I don't know, what do you guys think? I personally think the Tomahawk is the best single chipset, meaning X870 board. It has heat sinks for all M.2s. It has a postcode. It has a quick disconnect. It has a fully loaded back. You got 5 gig LAN, not 2.5. They're giving you 5 gig LAN. They're giving you a clear CMOS button on the back. Not every X870 includes a clear CMOS. So, you know, this MSI is giving you optical audio. So I feel like the Tomahawk is a solid, right now it's looking pretty solid in that S tier position right now for best in slot, as they say in Final Fantasy. If you're someone who raids in Final Fantasy 14, if you know best in slot, what's the best in slot? Right now it's looking like, if you're going X870, Tomahawk is looking like best in slot. But if you're going X870E, Nova is best in slot. It's really interesting because MSI has really stepped up their game. The new Godlike is a Godlike board with probably a Godlike price. But, you know, they've got some really good options in the mid-tier. With the Tomahawk ASUS, ROG Strix E-E Wi-Fi. Is this any good? That's... I mean, it's not bad, but it's not the best value. That's a good motherboard. That's gonna be the equivalent to the Gigabyte Aorus Master and the MSI Carbon Wi-Fi. That's that $500 price point. So, if you're let's put it this way: if you're considering $500 for a motherboard, you need to look at the Aorus Master. So check out the Gigabyte Aorus Master before you buy the Strix. You need to compare the Strix to the Aorus Master and the MSI Tomahawk. Not Tomahawk. The MSI Carbon Wi-Fi. This one. You really need to look at these two because these guys are really good. The Carbon Wi-Fi is insanely good. It's got a brand new BIOS menu. It is extremely modern and very clean design. It has completely toolless M.2s. I think the Strix has 1 or 2 screwless M.2s. The rest of them have screws on them still. So just keep that in mind. Where is the Strix? Is the Strix even open? I don't even have that open. Where is it? X870 Strix E or E-E. It's such a weird name. Strix E-E or E-E Strix. This one. So if you're looking at $500 for a motherboard, if you're prepared to spend that much money on a motherboard, you need to compare the Strix to the Carbon from MSI and the Tai Chi from ASRock, which is actually $450. So this is $50 less, while also offering the eATX form factor. So this is a larger motherboard for less money, and 6 SATA. So you really need to do some research. I would not just blindly buy the Strix just because it's ASUS and people think, oh, ASUS has the most market share, so they assume that ASUS must be good. Not necessarily, man. You got to do the research. The Aorus Master is also a $500 motherboard, which offers a lot of good features, primarily if you're somebody who wants to be a live streamer. If you want to get into live streaming, the Aorus is probably going to be the best choice, but it really depends on the use case. The cool thing about motherboards, this is what makes motherboards a lot more fun to talk about than the different graphics cards. Like if you're comparing a graphics card, like for example, if we compare the MSI Supreme RTX 4090 to the ASUS Strix RTX 4090 to the Zotac 4090, like at the end of the day, they're all 4090s, and the only difference is like which one's the quietest while also performing really, really good. Like that's all it is. There's not a whole lot to say. You know what I'm saying? Motherboards are completely different. They are so much more complex and complicated when it comes to deciding on one, because you typically keep your motherboard longer than you keep your GPU. So when you choose a motherboard, it is actually a pretty important decision because it's something you're going to have to live with for a pretty long time. So you want to make sure you choose the right one, and you want to make sure that it matches your use case because all of them are quite different. Any lane sharing on the Carbon? Yes. For M.2, yes. It takes the second Gen 5 SSD and it takes lanes from the graphics card to provide that. So, is that one of the recommendations? Who was asking the question? Sherman? Sherman was asking the question about the Strix. So, here's the funny thing, guys. Let me tell you something. All of these $500 motherboards. So, let me put them together. Strix. What did I do? Did I just close that? No, that's the manual. How did that get open? Strix X870 Strix. Where is it? Okay. Strix. Why is Godlike over there? So Strix, Carbon, Tai Chi, and Master. So these are the four. These are what I call the $500 boards. You got Aorus Master. You have ASRock Tai Chi, which is technically $50 less. This is $450. Then you have Carbon, $500, and you have Strix, $500. So this, if you're comparing all four brands, they all have a motherboard that's around $500. However, only one of these motherboards offers no sharing of lanes from the graphics card. So if you're somebody who wants to guarantee 16 lanes to your graphics card, no matter what, when it comes to the M.2 drives, there's only one choice out of these four. So we'll ask the chat, which one of these four motherboards does not compromise the GPU lanes? Let's see if you guys know. Only one of them. The other three all share lanes. They steal lanes from the GPU to give to an M.2 drive. Nova is not one of them, guys. We're talking about a $500 motherboard. Nova's sold out. But you guys are correct. Those of you saying Nova, you are correct. The Nova does not compromise the GPU. But that's a $350 board. So this is technically a mid-tier board. That's what's crazy. This is a mid-tier board. This is why this is an S-tier plus. We're talking about Strix versus Carbon versus Tai Chi versus Master. Rio got it, Nero got it, and Matt got it. The correct answer is the ASRock X870E Tai Chi. If you're someone who wants your GPU to always run at X16 and you want to fill all of your M.2 slots up with SSDs, this is the option. And the cool thing about it, it's $450. It's $50 less than the other three, while also not compromising the GPU. So it's the Tai Chi. And the Tai Chi might have dual E-clocks for the best single thread gaming performance overclock. So that's like an added bonus that it might actually have. Sharing lanes. When I say compromising the GPU, I'm talking about sharing lanes. So basically what that means is as soon as you plug in the second Gen 5 SSD slot, you drop your graphics card to 8 lanes instead of 16 lanes. All three of these boards do that. Only the Tai Chi does not. In fact, all of the ASRock X870E boards do not steal lanes from the GPU. So how to avoid it? You must not use the NVMe drive that is wired to the GPU or to the switch that shares the lanes. But it's like, here's the thing. Do you want to limit yourself to only like 2 or maybe 3 SSDs when you can run all 4 of them on the Taichi and don't even have to think twice about it? The sound card, the Sound Blaster internal one drops the lanes. I don't know what you're talking about. No, it doesn't. The Sound Blaster card, that doesn't drop the lanes. That uses a USB port. Are you talking about the bottom slot? Are you talking about the bottom slot in the Taichi? Are you saying if you want to install a Sound Blaster card? He was referring to the M.2, not the PCIe. So, yes, if you install something, it doesn't matter what it is. You install a sound card in this bottom slot. You install a 10 gigabit interface card in the bottom slot. You install a capture card down here. As soon as you plug anything in the bottom slot of the Taichi, your GPU drops to 8 lanes. These 2 slots share bandwidth with each other, but that is a normal behavior for a lot of traditional motherboards. That is a normal thing. You know, that's what they call that 8-8. X8, X8. Both of them can run at X8. If you don't use the second one, the top one gets full 16. But if you use the second one, the top one goes to X8 and it shares half of the bandwidth, which it gives 8 of the lanes to the second one. So that is how it works on the Taichi. These other ones are a little bit different. So, okay, the Carbon does the same thing. If you plug something into the second slot of the Carbon, then the graphics card will give half of the lanes to the second slot. However, the Carbon offers an X4 slot at the bottom. So, if you plug the Sound Blaster into the bottom slot of the Carbon, it will still run the GPU at the full 16 lanes. However, if you install a second Gen 5 SSD or just anything in that second Gen 5 slot for NVMe, then again, it will share lanes. So it will still drop to X8 on the GPU. So I guess the point is, the Taichi is the only choice if you want to populate all of the M.2s and still maintain 16 lanes on the GPU. So yeah, the Strix and the Aorus are going to definitely share lanes. Like, they're going to be sharing a lot of lanes. You think the Nova can do that too? No, the Nova's wired differently. No. The Nova does not have an X8. No. The Nova has an X1 and an X2. The Nova can run 5 SSDs and still maintain 16 lanes on the GPU. It is literally the only motherboard that can do that. There is one other, though. Like Yoda said in The Empire Strikes Back, there is another. So the Nova can do 5 SSDs and still maintain 16 lanes on the GPU. There is only one other motherboard that can do that, unless their documentation is incorrect. Going to use one SSD as a Gen 5 comes out with Samsung. Yeah. So, what RAM kit? All my stuff is in the description of the video. It's all in the video's description. But what I can tell you, we're running 4. We're running 4 sticks of DDR5, guys, at 6,000. Check it out. 4 sticks of DDR5. Yes, you can do it. On the new AMD motherboards, it is possible. 100% stable. Insta-Q. Was AFK for so long and then just... I'm running 2 of the exact same kit. You never want to mix different kits. If you're going to buy like 2 separate kits, you make sure it's the same kit. I'm running 2 of these. 2 of these for a total of 4 sticks. Steven, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Feel free to like ask any build related questions, guys. Like if you're building a PC, if you're not that experienced, you want advice on building a PC, you can definitely do that. If you want to keep talking about motherboards, I mean, I really like talking about motherboards. It's fascinating because they're all so different. You bought 2 kits of Corsair. X870E. 2 kits of Corsair 164. Okay, you're running dual rank. So that's going to be harder to do than what I'm showing. It is possible to get it working, but you are going to have to... You're probably going to have to... Well... I don't know, with the older motherboards, it was really hard because you had to do manual tuning of the impedance values. I do plan to test what you're running, though. I do plan on testing, like, dual rank 4 sticks in a future video. I will be visiting that topic, but what I can tell you, 96 gigabytes, so if you want to do four sticks... The best option, I would say, the easiest option is, and with the most amount of memory while doing 4 sticks, is going to be 4 times 24. So you want to try to do 96 gigabytes of RAM. 96 gigabytes is what I'm running right now. So I'm doing 4x24, and it's pretty much plug and play. It works. But if you're trying to run 128 or 192, that is going to be hard. That is harder to do because that has something called dual rank, which means that it's going to be more challenging for the motherboard and the memory controller to handle because it's got like literally twice the amount of RAM chips. But yeah, if you just... Like, the reason why, I'll be honest, guys, I'm doing this because I like the look of 4 sticks of memory. 4 sticks of memory, to me, looks so much better than a build with only 2 sticks of RAM. That's why I'm doing this. Because I could easily, if I wanted to, I could have done 2 times 48. So I could do 2 sticks for a total of 96. That's actually what I'm running in the other computer over to the left of me on my Gigabyte Aorus Master. But I wanted to prove that it is possible to do 4 sticks of memory for those who enjoy the aesthetics of a 4-DIMM configuration. So it is possible to do it, as shown here. Now, if you want to do 128 or 192, yes, it's system stable. Yes, it's system stable. I'm literally using it right now, and I've already done all the Y cruncher and all that other stuff like earlier this week. Let's put it this way. I'm not going to show you guys an unstable config. I don't believe in showing unstable systems. I wouldn't be raiding in Final Fantasy 14. I would not be playing this MMO as a tank if my system was unstable. Okay? Like, I'm not going to let down this group of people by blue screening or crashing on them, or blue screening, you know, like a noob in front of a bunch of people watching my stream. Because I'm literally using this overclock system to stream and play this game at the same time. And it's an MMO, so it's a very memory-intensive, CPU-bound type of game. This is the perfect showcase to show that it's stable in a real-world scenario where it's a very random, dynamic workload. And we've also overclocked the CPU to 5.9 gigahertz. So not only am I running 4 sticks of DDR5 at 6000 max tuned, I'm also running an overclock on the CPU to make it even more challenging. So I definitely recommend X870E. I'm pretty satisfied with X870E because it has more optimal memory layout. The trace wires for the DDR5 are better on the new motherboards. And this is on an air cooler. Yes. We're doing all of this with a Noctua D15 air cooler. And we're running 53 degrees Celsius on the CPU with an air cooler. They might finally release 64 gig. Oh yeah, I'm upgrading to CUDIM. As soon as CUDIM comes out, I am immediately upgrading to that. And the first thing I'm gonna do is attempt 4 sticks of memory at even higher speeds, because I'm pretty sure what will help 4-stick config is the clock redriver. You regret buying a 360 AIO last week because you might have to replace it in a year. No, I think it will last. They can last pretty long. They won't last as long as an air cooler, I'll tell you that. I mean, I've had my Noctua D14 for like 12 years. I've had the same air cooler for 12 years. And it performs exactly the same as it did the first day I got it. What about higher RAM speed on the current system? So what I can tell you is 6000 is kind of the max. I tried 6400, it was not stable. I tried 6200, it was also not stable. Maybe if I loosened up the timings, but that would kind of defeat the purpose of trying to do this. So, yeah, no. So far it looks like 6000 is kind of the upper limit with 4 sticks of memory. Which is totally fine if you're on Ryzen. I can tell you 8000, two sticks 8000 is much easier than 4 sticks 6000 DDR5. Like, I will showcase 8000 on 2 sticks in the near future. But I've already actually shown that on the older motherboard with the 9950X. Your old PC is 6 years old and never cleaned the dust. How is it still running? What do I need to get here? I don't know. I think I'm just gonna roll on everything. I need to start actually... Oh, okay. Well, I got that thing on the first try. I need to start, like, exchanging this for gear, because I haven't actually exchanged any of this stuff. Yeah, so I can tell you, like, you can expect 6000 to work. If you're doing dual DIMMs, like, 2 DPC, dual rank, try to do 52, and if 52 works, try to do 56. 56 might be the upper limit on 128 and 192, although I haven't tested that myself on the new motherboard. I was able to get 6000. I was able to get 192 gigabytes. We were talking about this at the beginning of the stream. I have a video on my channel. So if you search the videos on my channel, you'll see I have a lot of DDR5 videos. There's a video on the channel showing 192 gigabytes on AMD at 6,000. So I show how to do it. But it is not easy to do. You have to, there's a lot of trial and error involved with trying different impedance adjustments manually, and stability testing over and over, and checking sleep mode and all this stuff. It's a lot of work. The bottom line is 6,000 on 192 gigabytes is really hard to get working, but it is possible, and that's why I made that video. But it's not easy. It's more of an academic thing. But check that out if you're someone who's interested in 4 sticks of dual rank max capacity DDR5. I'm almost maxed on this. I'm gonna have to get some gear. Two kits of 32 would be fine. No, 2 kits of 32 is going to be challenging. 2 kits of 32 is going to be challenging because that's dual rank. So basically, here's the thing. If you want to run 4 sticks of memory, I'll simplify it. 64 gigabytes and 96 gigabytes is easy mode on the new motherboards. Or I guess on the old motherboards too, although not as easy as the new motherboards, if that makes sense. 128, 192 is hard mode. That's where it gets really hard. Especially 192. That is like in a whole nother class of difficulty. But yeah, 128, you can aim for anywhere from like 5,200 to 5,600. The good news is that 1-to-1 ratio will work with 4 sticks. I'm running 1-to-1 ratio 6,000 right now, and it works. And even if you go to 2 DPC, it will also work at like 52 or 56. 6,000 is going to be really hard to do, though. Keep that in mind. So if you're somebody who just wants ease of use, aim for like a 5,600, like buy a kit of 4 sticks that does either 52 or 5,600. 5,600 is probably doable on 128 with a new X870E motherboard. Oh, 16 gig? Oh yeah, that'll work. That'll work just like mine. So if you want it to look like mine, yeah, that'll work. Because that's single rank. It's only if you're trying to do 128 and 192, then it gets really, really hard. Especially 192, man. 192 is like a nightmare to try to get stable at a higher speed. 192 at 4,800 will work very easily, man. Like, that's easy. It's once you try to go above 5,200, that's when things start getting really iffy in terms of stability. You think someone pushed over 9,000 on? Yeah, man. Someone got to 9,600. The 8700G has gotten to like 9,600 or even higher. Yeah, that's because that chip has a newer memory controller than this one. Yeah, the good old days of 16 gigs. Man, I haven't been on 16 gigs of RAM since, like, 2017. It's been, like, what is that, 7 years? You're on 64. So I was on 16 gigs of RAM in 2012, I think. Or was I on 8? No, I think I was on 8. I went from 8 to 16 in I think in 2011, actually. 2011, 2012 was when I made the jump from 8 gigs to 16 gigs of DDR3 on like a Ryzen, not Ryzen, there was no Ryzen. Phenom 2 X4 Black Edition. The Phenom 2, what was it called? The 965 Black Edition. It was a quad core with no hyperthreading or no SMT. And then I got a Intel when did I get that thing? Oh, that was 2013. So I used AMD's FX8350, the Vishera, the pile driver. That was on 16 gigs of RAM. Yeah, that was 16 gigs. That was 2 times 8 on AMD 1866 CL9 on DDR3. And Intel, when I got my Intel computer, that was the Haswell 4770K Z87. That was using 4 sticks of 4. It was 4 times 4 for a total of 16 gigabytes of RAM. So I was doing 4 sticks on Haswell and 2 sticks on pile driver. I've always operated with like, now that I think about it, ever since 2013, so it's literally been 11 years, I've been using dual PCs. I've always had like a computer and I've had a backup computer in the event that I suffer like a catastrophic failure on one computer. I'm not fully down. So I've always had an AMD and an Intel. Yeah, it was always an AMD and an Intel. So I'd have like Intel Haswell, and then I had AMD FX8350. And I remember the GPUs, so Intel was using, Intel was like the HD 7970, and then I went to a 290X, and then I'm on the wrong side, aren't I? Oh boy, I'm gonna have to follow the crowd. I have no idea where I'm going. I didn't catch the pattern. Okay, I got the pattern. I guessed right. I wasn't paying attention. I was like reminiscing about old computers, and then I like completely forgot what I was supposed to do in the fight. Today's stream is basically just I'm testing the stability of this system. I'm verifying that the overclock works in a real-world scenario. It passed all the synthetics. It passes Prime 95. It passes Y-Cruncher. It passes Memtest. But you know, sometimes you pass synthetics, but then it like fails in the real world because the real world is so dynamic and unpredictable in terms of the workload. So I want to test it using CPU games like MMOs like this, for example, because this is like the worst case scenario for a memory that's unstable or an unstable overclock, because you're playing an MMO. There's a bunch of other players. There's like the AI events going on in the boss fight, for example. So this is like the best test I could think of. We'll test some other games too in a little bit here once I'm done with this. This is X870E. Yeah, this is the computer that I built on the Monday live stream. This is the Crosshair Hero with the overclock. This is an X870E Crosshair Hero. It's the computer. Well, I guess you didn't see the video. Well, I recognized. Weren't you on the Monday stream? Didn't you watch the Monday stream? It's the computer I built on Monday, guys. I built it live. I built this PC live on Monday, on launch day for X870E. Unfortunately, the Nova is sold out, people. The Nova sold out while I was live. Like, about 40 minutes ago, the Nova sold out on Newegg. It's completely gone. People figured it out. I don't know if they saw my video or what, but it's gone. It's completely gone. And people are overcharging on Amazon for it now. Like, go look at the Amazon. Like, the link is in the description of the video. The Amazon one is creeping up to $400 now. Are people getting these accessories? I want these legs. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. Okay. Alright, hold on. Let's see what we got here. That was the last one. So I need to... I actually need to take a quick break. I need to check on something that I was supposed to check on earlier that I forgot about. So I'm going to go run and do that real quick. So you guys, I guess, just like hang out in the chat, I guess. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes or so. But yeah, I'm just going to have to go AFK for a little bit here. So I'm just leave this running. I'll just leave that there. And I'll be back in a little bit. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Oh, one of the things that I will point out here, just to kind of give you guys, going back to the discussion about the memory, about the 2 sticks or the 4 sticks dual rank versus single rank. So, one of the things to keep in mind, hold on, where is this? So, MSI does a good job in the documentation. Now, keep in mind, this is only for their motherboards. This is not necessarily the same for ASRock, ASUS, and Gigabyte. MSI is claiming if you have a Ryzen 9000 series processor. Now, keep in mind, they're saying 9000 series specifically, not 8000, not 7000, the 9000 series. They're saying what you can expect if you're on a Carbon Wi-Fi. If you have 1 DPC single rank, this means 2 sticks of memory and it's single rank, which means the total amount of RAM is either 32 gigs of RAM or 48 gigabytes of RAM. This means 2 times 16 or 2 times 24. you can expect to see speeds of 8400 or better on the Carbon. That's what they're claiming with this. Now, here they have 1 DPC, 2R, which means dual rank, max speed 6400 plus. So this means if you're running 2 sticks of memory and you're running either a total of 2 times 32, which would be 64 gigabytes of RAM, or 2 times 48, which would be a total of, like I have right here, 96 gigabytes of RAM, so 2x48. That is what is in the Tech Thursday PC. That can get up to 6400 or better, is what they're claiming for dual rank. And here's where it gets interesting, because as soon as you see 2 DPC, 2 DPC is where, like, literally someone turned on hard mode, because 2 DPC means 4 sticks of RAM. So this is the 4 sticks of RAM. And this is 1R, single rank. This means that the total RAM will either be 4 times 16 for a total of 64 across 4 sticks, or 4 times 24, which would be a total of 96 gigabytes, which is exactly what I'm running here. So just to kind of show, again, for those that are tuning in now and you guys weren't here earlier, we kind of showed this. So this is the PC. If you tuned in on Monday for the launch of the X870E and X870, so right there you can see those are the 4 sticks of memory, and we're running 54 degrees Celsius on the CPU on an air cooler, overclocked to 5.9 gigahertz, and while running a game and live streaming at the same time. So this is 4 times 24 for a total of 96 gigabytes. So this is a single rank config, and we're running it at 6000. So according to MSI, using MSI's logic on their website, this should be achievable on X870E. Because, as they have noted, 4 sticks, single rank, can get up to 6400 plus. And I'm running 6000. So I'm running basically this. This applies to what I'm doing. And they're claiming, oh, you can get around, 6400. So I'm not actually doing anything out of the ordinary based off of what MSI is claiming. Now, the only caveat is I'm not using an MSI motherboard. I'm using an ASUS motherboard. And ASUS, I'm using the Crosshair Hero. And the Crosshair Hero, they don't actually say. So ASUS doesn't do as good of a job as MSI, because all they do is like, oh, up to 8200 plus on a Ryzen 9000. They don't actually say, what does that mean? Like, is that 2 sticks? Is that 4 sticks? Is that single rank? Is that dual rank? We can assume that this is referring to single rank. This is 1 DPC, single rank, which means this is basically the same as this one that MSI was listing. So, yeah, I'm doing this currently. I will switch to this in the near future so I can show 8000 DDR5 on this, because the memory kit that I have, the best memory kit that I have is a G-Skill 2x24, so a 48 gigabyte kit that can do 8000 via an XMP profile. So that's what I'll be using, and it does that at 1.35 volts. So that's what I will be showcasing next, like, I guess either next weekend or later this week, or this coming week. And then CUDIM is supported by MSI today. So as soon as CUDIM comes out, those of you who have an MSI motherboard will be immediately able to pick those up day one, and it'll work. Now, the others, so ASUS and Gigabyte and ASRock, they will eventually get CUDIM support, but you're going to have to wait for the BIOS updates for that to be a thing. So MSI is kind of ahead of the curve right now in terms of the bleeding edge technology. Double rank means that the memory is on both sides. But that's actually not the full meaning, because there is such a thing as single rank on both sides. But in general, dual rank means that it has more memory chips on the actual memory stick, which means there's more RAM, which means it's going to be harder for the CPU and the motherboard to handle, because it's just more chips, more actual memory chips. So 1 DPC means 1 DIMM. The DIMM is the memory stick. So for example, if we take here, I've got some free memory from Micro Center that I use as a backup to baseline things. This was bundled with the 9950X. So essentially, if I take this out, this is the memory kit, right? So if it's a single rank, it means there's only memory on one side and the other side is completely blank. But if it's dual rank, so D is the DIMM. This is per, and then C is channel. 1 DIMM per channel. That means 1 stick of memory per channel. Remember, the AM5 platform is a dual channel platform, which means it has a channel A and it has a channel B. So when it says 1 DPC, it means 1 of these per channel. So it means 1 of these plugs into channel A and another one plugs into channel B. So that means when you see 1 DPC, it means 2 sticks of RAM. 1R means single rank. That means that there's RAM chips on one side and the other side is blank. So it's the easiest setup to run. And that is the reason why it gets the highest speeds. 2 rank doesn't necessarily mean better than that. No, 2 rank means it's got way more memory chips. It has like twice the amount of memory chips because it's got like RAM on the back and it has RAM on the front. That's 2 rank. Dual rank or 2 rank. 1 DPC dual rank means, again, 2 sticks of memory, but both sticks have double-sided, they've got memory chips on both sides, essentially. And then 2 DPC means you have 2 memory sticks per channel. That means I have 2 memory sticks on channel A, and I have 2 more memory sticks on channel B. That means 4 sticks of memory. And that's what we're running. I'm running this. This is actually pretty nice because I feel like those who care about the look of their build and they want to run 4 sticks of memory just for the aesthetics alone, this is going to be the way to go. You're going to want to aim for a total of 64 gigs or 96 gigs. So you're going to do 4x16 or 4x24. Now, I opt for the higher capacity. Whenever possible, I always go for the highest capacity per rank. So that means I opt for I do 4 times 24. So that's 96 gigabytes of RAM, and that is exactly what we are running right now. Now, if you're somebody who wants to run even more memory, like if you want to do 128 gigabytes of RAM, or even 192 gigabytes of RAM, that's going to be this one down here. That is dual rank 4 sticks. That is like extreme difficulty. This is easy mode, this is normal mode, this is hard mode, this is extreme difficulty. Notice how the speeds are going down, although these are kind of the same. But notice how once you get to extreme difficulty, now MSI is claiming 4,800 for 128 gigs of RAM, or 192 gigs of RAM. So I recommend, if you're someone who cares about the, like if you're gonna look at your computer, like if you have your computer on your desk and you want to look at it, and you have all the RGB and you have lights everywhere, like if it's gonna be like this setup right here where it has like all these lights and stuff, we have all this RGB. We got an RGB GPU support bracket that lights up down there. That's what that is. We have 4 sticks of RAM. We have a postcode debug, and we have the what is that called? The IO shroud lights up. ROG, Republic of Gamers, on that Crosshair Hero. Like, if you care about the look of the PC overall with all that RGB and that overall look, 4 sticks of memory is going to be the way to go. Like, 4 sticks just looks better. So you're going to want to aim for 96 gigs max. If you don't care and you just want, like, the easiest setup, although that's pretty easy to do based off MSI's results, and I can attest to that because I'm running at 100% stability with 4 sticks of DDR5, then get 2 sticks of dual rank. So that would be normal mode. That's normal mode difficulty, not hard mode difficulty. So that would be this one. So I'll tell you right now, I have 2 PCs. One PC is running this 2 times 48 for a total of 96. The one that I'm using right now is running this hard mode 4 times 24. So both computers have 96 gigabytes each. You're going for 2 sticks. Okay, you're doing 2. Okay, so that is this one. Yeah. Okay, so that's normal mode. So you're doing a total of 64. So you're doing 2 times 32. So that would be this one. Yeah. Okay, and I've run that. I've ran that before. That was actually my very first kit of memory, was a 56 gig kit of 64 gigs total. 2 times 32. Yeah. Yeah, you can run that at 6,000. You can run that at like 6400. Well, 6400 gear 1 is going to be hard to do, but 64 gear 2 will work for sure. Yeah. 4 times 16 on the Crosshair should be possible. I don't know about 64. Maybe 6,000 will work though. I don't know if 6411 will work. 6412 might work, but 6411 might not work. For that much, for 4 sticks. If you already have that RAM, you can run it at 6,000 and it will work. And you'll be able to leverage 1-to-1 ratio if you do that. So that might be the way to go. You're gonna aim for 6,000? Yeah, I recommend anyone who wants to do 4 sticks of memory because you like the way it looks. You want to aim for 6,000. 6,000, 1-to-1 ratio. That's what I'm doing right now. Clearly it works. I've been using it like this since I built the PC on Monday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I've been using the computer for 4 days. 100% stable. So I can tell you, like from my own first-hand experience, that this setup works. You can do single rank, 4 sticks, total of 96, and it works. 100% stability. Now, 6400 did not work for me. With 4 sticks of memory, 6400 was not working. 6200 was also not working. So I'm giving you guys my own first-hand experience. What I can tell you, and you guys may have better luck than me, but if you're gonna do 4 sticks of memory, 6,000 is the upper limit that I would recommend. I do not recommend trying to go above 6,000 if you're doing 4 sticks of memory. Now, so what does that mean? My philosophy at this point in time, my experience overclocking these new CPUs, using this new motherboard, and also using the new CPUs on the older motherboards, there's a pattern that's starting to emerge in terms of the optimal setup. And that setup is different if you're running 4 sticks versus 2 sticks. If you want to run 4 sticks of memory because you like the way it looks, 6,000 is your number. Aim for 4 sticks running at 6,000. Now, if you want to push slightly, ever so slightly better gaming performance and better memory bandwidth, aim for 2 sticks of 24 each for a total of 48 gigabytes. And aim for 8,000. 8,000 is the optimal number for 2 sticks of memory. And 6,000 is becoming the optimal number for 4 sticks of memory. And we're talking, and in both cases, I'm referring to single rank setups. I am not talking about dual rank, because dual rank is completely different. So let me go back. So here again is the chart from MSI. Notice MSI is sort of giving us a clue, and I'm starting to notice the pattern. I understand why they're writing this, because from my own personal experience, single rank, I recommend 8,000. Oh, look, they just magically show 8,400. And for 4 sticks, so because this is 2 sticks, single rank, aim for 8,000. That is the optimal number. Otherwise, that is going to give you the best performance with the most consistency. And I want to emphasize this, consistency, because if you start Googling this topic, you're going to see people tell you, oh, 6400 11 is the best way to go. Well, there's a huge caveat with that statement. That there is an assumption that the CPU can handle 6400 11. And the reality is that not a lot of CPUs can actually do that. It's very, very hard to do that. However, a lot of CPUs can do 8,000. 8,000 is actually easier on the memory controller than 6,400. So this is the reason why my personal recommendation, and what I will be showing later this week when I switch over to 2 sticks of memory, is if you want to do 2 sticks of RAM, aim for 2 times 24 at 8,000. If you want to run 4 sticks because you like the way it looks, strictly because you want the computer to look nice, you just like the way 4 sticks of memory looks, it has nothing to do with better performance, you just want it to look good, you want to aim for 6,000 on single rank DIMMs. That is the happy medium. So 2 sticks 8,000, 4 sticks 6,000. Those are the magic numbers. And I can tell you from my own personal experience testing all these systems, that's what I would do. That is what I do. That's what I'm literally doing right now. I'm literally running 4 sticks at 6,000. I'm doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. And I will do this later. However, I am doing this on my other computer. So that's, if you don't care about 4 sticks of RAM, but you want a lot of RAM, go for 2 times 48. 2 times 48. You're going to wait for the AMD Ryzen 7 9800X3D. See if that one can run 8,000. It's not going to run any different from these guys. But yeah, it will run 8,000 with 2 sticks. Yes, it will. But it's not going to be any different from the current 9000. They're literally the exact same. They have the exact same memory controllers, and they have the exact same architecture. 4 times 16 at 6,000 on that. Yeah, that'll work. Yes, you can run that at 6,000. That will work. Crosshair, you're hoping it will run better than the 7800X3D. It probably will. It depends on when you bought the 7800X3D. I'm imagining you bought it last year. Jacob, you retracted the message. You had a message. You had a question about the 192. I'm assuming you figured out the answer, but just to answer your comment on the 192, 192 falls into extreme difficulty. So, guys, if you're running 128 or 192, you're falling into the extreme difficulty. So look at the maximum speed that MSI is claiming. This applies to people who want to run 128 gigs or 192 gigs. 4 sticks of memory, dual rank. That means that MSI says with the brand new X870E Carbon Wi-Fi, they are saying you can expect 4800 or better, but not much better. So if you have 192 of Dominator 6000, you can only get that. Swap the controller to 1-2 help the chance. It can help. It can help, but I don't know if you watched my video. I already have a video showing how to do what you're asking. I've already shown how to do 192 gigs at 6000, and it is not easy to do. It is. I can get it to run. I strongly suggest you check out the video. On my channel, search for the 192 gigabytes, and you'll see the video come up. I like the thumbnail has like an AMD Ryzen CPU, and like the title of the video says something Max Tune or whatever. Like, check out that video. The video was from January of this year. It is very hard to do. Probably the hardest, the most challenging thing I have ever done from an overclocking standpoint was to get 192 gigabytes running at 6000. That is super hard to do. So when I'm highlighting this and I'm saying this is extreme difficulty, I am not kidding. It is extremely hard. It is possible, but it is really hard to do. And it's going to take a lot of hours of stability testing and random like trial and error. So what motherboard are you running and what BIOS version are you on? Because you should, okay, let me tell you this. If you're on the latest BIOS, you should be able to get 4800. With the current BIOSes, 4800 and even 5200 for some people does work without doing too much extra steps. But if you're trying to go to 5600 or even push it all the way to 6000 like I show in the video, man, that you're moving into like the advanced difficulty mode. Like you've just like walked into like Dante Must Die mode in Devil May Cry 5. Like it's like super hardcore if you're trying to do that. It is possible, as I've shown, but it is not easy. Trust me. You guys have no idea. It took me probably like, it took me that whole day to get that working. And then I had to go reshoot the video a couple of times because I forgot some of the settings. It was like a mess. That was a nightmare to figure out how to get working. But they're giving you a clue when they're showing 4800. MSI is basically level setting with this. But I would tell you this: if you're on the latest BIOS, you're on the ACE, X670E ACE. Yeah, the latest BIOS with the internet. Okay, yeah. So I don't know, man. That should I don't know what specific kit of RAM you have, but I know that the Corsair Dominators some of those were the older memory kits. Do you happen to know if, like, just I guess if you know the primary timings, or if you know like the, just tell us the primary timings that we can probably kind of eyeball like which bin that falls into. Because it also depends on the RAM. Because some of that older Corsair RAM is also kind of finicky. So that could also be a part of it. You do Blender work? Yeah. So, yeah, man. 9950X is really good for productivity. This CPU, I can tell you guys, like with this overclock, I score over 44,000 in Cinebench. And get this, I'm on an air cooler. Remember, I'm on an air cooler. I haven't even tried to use this on liquid yet. I built it with liquid, but then I took the liquid cooler off and I put the Noctua on because I wanted to test the offset mount. But yeah, on air, we can do over 44,000 in Cinebench with this overclock. Dominators. Okay, so that's Hynix. That's definitely Hynix. And that 6600 is one of the newer ones, I would think. Or one of the ones that came out in the last 2 years. So, the thing about that is, I don't know if MSI has a, like, I have not used an MSI BIOS in a long time. Does MSI only show the XMP profile, or the AXMP profile, or maybe the Expo profile? Or does it show you the JDAC profiles as well? Because what I would do is, if MSI shows you the JDAC, set the JDAC speed. The other thing that you can do, MSI has a feature called Memory Try It, but I don't know. I don't remember if it's like specific to if you're running 2 sticks versus 4 sticks or how those profiles are set up. It shows the RAM size. This was the only kit at the time. Yeah. You should be able to run 4800. On the latest BIOS, 4800 should work. I mean, I remember when I was trying to get my, like, I was using a G-Skill kit, trying to get it at 6000. 4800 was super easy, man. Like, I don't know if you're saying you can do 4800 should be doable, definitely. I mean, they're literally showing it on the site here. Once you go above 4800, that is when it's gonna start taking some extra work. Like, that's where you try JDEC 4040 4077 and can't get to post. How long did you wait? Are you, so when you do that, are you seeing code 15 on the post code? You have to let it. It's gonna take a while. The first time is gonna take a long time. With that much RAM, that's gonna take a while. 192, man, is, like I'm saying, it's extreme difficulty. You gotta wait. I don't know how long you're waiting, but you gotta wait. Sometimes it can take like 5 minutes. I think YouTube will block the link. YouTube automatically blocks hyperlinks, I think. Yeah, I would try. That's a weird kit because 6600 is a really strange number. Usually it goes 52, 56, 6000, 64, and then it jumps up to like either 68 or 72, and then 70, 76, 78, 8000. So it's rare to see a 6600 kit. Memory training takes 30 minutes. You get a C7 and AB error. Yeah. Is that I'm assuming that's one kit that came with 4 sticks, right? That's not two. That's not like you bought like 2 separate ones of the same. It's not this, right? Isn't it like all 4 sticks in one box? Or is it 2 separate kits? I assume, since you said you watched my video like 10 times, I'm assuming that even if it is 2 separate kits, you're installing the memory correctly. Where it's like kit 1 goes on channel A and kit 2 goes on channel B. Yeah, I don't know. That's shouldn't take 30 minutes. It should take like 6. The longest I've seen it do is like 6 to 7, 6.5 minutes. Oh, it's 296. Okay. And you are separating them, right? You're doing like one kit on like right next to each other, and you're doing the other two like right next to each other, because you don't want to mix and match them. You do not want to mix and match them. That will not work. Kit 1 needs to be on channel A, and Kit 2 needs to be on channel B, even if they're the exact same product, because there's micro tolerances and differences from binning. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you're doing that correctly. So yeah, that's interesting. I'd have to remember what I did in the video for the VSOC. And you're also leaving the F-clock default, right? Like F-clock is 2000, you're not messing with that. Because if you're going to do that much RAM, definitely do not touch the F-clock. Like, do not. I tried messing with that. That was a mistake. $99. What? 99. 50 X3D around 10% faster single core. Da, 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 da. If you remove 2 sticks, are you able to post? Oh yeah, it'll be able to post if he takes 2 of them out. That's easy. Well, that's believable because because those percentages with all the updates, those percentages, man, that sounds like whoever posted that on Tech Power Up, all they did was they looked at like how much faster a 9950X is versus a 7950X, and they literally just copy pasted that and just changed it to X3D. I mean, that's all they did, man. Like, I don't know how valid that is, but like those percentages that he's citing are the percentages for the non-X3D. Like, if I take my 9950X and I compare it to my 7950X, those are the percentage uplifts. MSI X670E has 192, runs to 52 without any tweaking. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised too that he's having trouble with like even 4800. Because what I can tell you, when I did it, up to 4800 was super easy for me. It was once I started going, I think 5200 also worked. I know I had problems with 5600. 5600 definitely was when it was starting to become challenging for stability. And then I tried 5400, and then that was when I figured like I had to have VSOC at a certain number, and then if I was running VSOC really high, I had to raise impedance accordingly. If I wanted to lower VSOC, I had to lower the impedance accordingly. So you have to change the levers. Well, I don't know, maybe try, what are you doing for VSOC? Like, what are you manually setting VSOC, or are you letting the motherboard choose something? Because you can also try. Here's the thing: if you raise VSOC, you have to also raise ProcODT, because if you raise the voltage and and let's say you have the voltage at 1.3, which is the maximum safe limit for the VSOC, so it normally shouldn't be that high, but for argument's sake, let's say you're doing 1.3. Actually, let's use paint to illustrate this a little bit better. So let's say, like, if you're doing VSOC 1.3 volt, and no one normally ever needs to really use this much VSOC, this is the absolute maximum. But if you do this, and let's say, here, I'll just use mine as an example. Where's my Zen timings? So I'm using ProcODT at like 60. Well, let's say you have a ProcODT of like 48 ohms. Let's say you're running 48 ohms of resistance or impedance. So let's say this is ProcODT. This is the on-die termination. So remember Kirchhoff's law. V equals current times resistance. So this is resistance, this is voltage. So if you're going to push 1.3 volts, see, this is where it gets into, you have to, see, here's the weird thing. This is the thing that a lot of people don't know about overclocking, but especially RAM overclocking, but this also applies to CPU overclocking. If you understand electronics, you actually have a better insight into understanding what's happening when you're trying to overclock the RAM. Because it's a balancing act between voltage and impedance, or voltage, current, and impedance. So that's why I wrote the math out here. So if you have VSOC really high, and you run a really low resistor, the problem is so like, let's say this is the CPU and this is the memory. So you're running 4 sticks of RAM. So you got like literally 4 of these. So that's super hard, and it's dual rank. So it's like front and back of every stick has chips. So when this guy's at 1.3, the memory controller, this is the IMC. This is the IMC, and these are the DDR5 DIMMs. So if you're running a high voltage, and it's super high, and the ProcODT is low, what ends up happening is in here, the signal, like let's say you go into a memory chip. You go into a memory chip, but because the resistor value is too low, it's going to like reflect. You're gonna get like reflections. So what that means is the system can boot, but you might have instability. You might fail Y Cruncher, for example, if the ProcODT is too low, because you have signal reflections. You have voltage reflections happening, and that manifests as blue screens of death, memory errors, corruption, way errors in Windows. So when your memory is unstable due to this sort of behavior, low impedance, high voltage, you're pushing high voltage, but you have too low of a resistor value, you're going to get instability. Now, if the resistor is really high, I should have drawn this like better. I messed this whole thing up. I should probably let's just redo the whole thing. CPU and RAM. Let's just do the DIMM slots. You're running 4 sticks of memory. And then now we gotta put the numbers in. So if we do VSOC equals 1.3 volts. Well, let's do a really low VSOC. So let's say we're doing 1 volt. 1 volt. And we have ProcODT equal to, I don't know, 60 ohms. 60 ohms. Now, when you have all of this RAM, you have like 192 gigs of RAM, 60 ohms, 1 volt, 1 volt. So now what ends up happening is it transmits, but because the voltage is low relative to the impedance, I mean, this could even be a higher number. This could be like 80 ohms or something. If you guys understand electronics, if the voltage is not strong enough... Now, remember, this is not just one number. This is applied to, like, all of it. Not just one... There's not one resistor that this is passing through. This is going through, like, a whole bunch. It's like a whole chain. It's daisy-chained. This is the difference between T-topology and daisy-chain. But for argument's sake, we're talking about daisy-chained RAM. So if it terminates due to the voltage being absorbed by the resistor, the signal literally just dies. So what ends up happening, it has to retransmit. And hopefully it gets through the second time. But it's not guaranteed, so it transmits it again, and it's like it doesn't make it through. So this can result in no boot or no post. So this could be happening, or if it doesn't even post, like, I don't know exactly what happens when you try... Oh, you're doing 1.2. Okay. So 1.2. So basically, if the voltage is too low and the resistance is too high, you can't post because there's not, like, basically the signal gets absorbed by the resistors, or it's not really resistors, it's more of like the signal doesn't have a strong enough voltage, I guess, or it's not driven. The drive strength actually is the correct word. The drive strength isn't high enough to overcome the resistance. So what ends up happening is the signal just basically dies out. It just like flatlines and goes nowhere. And then it can't post. So it's a balancing act between your on-die terminations and the actual voltage applied. And it's more than just VSOC. VSOC applies here, but there's also VDD, VDDQ, VDDIO, S3. Like, all of those other voltages are sub-circuits of different components in this memory system between the CPU and the DRAM. So I'm just using these two as general examples, but there's literally more than these. There's like a whole list. Especially when it comes to these. There's a lot, because it's a full circuit. It's like a full circuit system. So should you focus on just ProcODT to get a post? Did you ever try copying my exact settings? I don't know. Now, that's not guaranteed to work. I'm just saying, like, did you try using the exact settings that I did in the video just to see what would happen? Because what I had to do, I think I had to, I forget exactly what I did. I think I did 1.2 volt VSOC, and I did relatively low impedances to get it to post. So I did like 40 ohms, 34 ohms on some of the drive strengths. It's been a while since I made that video. I made that video in January of this year. It's just been a long time. I can't believe it's been that long already since I did that. The ASRock X870E Nova is now sold. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Oh, it's sold out on Amazon too? I thought it was still available on Amazon. I thought it was just overpriced on Amazon. Oh man, the Nova's gone. People figured it out. It wouldn't train even at 4,000? Interesting. See, that's going to be a difference between MSI and Gigabyte, because what worked for me worked for a Gigabyte board. But it could be different on MSI. Interesting. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I'm very surprised, though, that just automatically, like just auto, it doesn't work at 4800. Did you ever try just like, don't even load XMP at all, and just like go into the BIOS and just manually set 4800 and leave everything else on auto? Just say 4800 and then just see what it does without doing anything else. Just tell it, I want my RAM at 4800, no XMP, no nothing, no manual adjustments, just everything auto, and just do 4800 and see what it does. Does the new NitroPath ASUS stuff even matter with 460 RAM? Yes, it can. It can help. It can help with 460 RAM. Because, like, think about it like this. This could be the difference between me running 5600 4-stick stable versus 6000 stable. So it can make a difference. ASUS claims it... Basically, NitroPath means, like, add 400 megahertz to whatever you normally would be able to get. It helps because so that's a good question, actually, because we can illustrate NitroPath. So NitroPath is a technology from ASUS that basically what they've done is they've made these traces like solid, or not. I say solid, but the way I'm trying to describe it is they've made the wire layouts between the CPU and the RAM more robust. Well, let's do it this way. Let's do channel A and channel B. So to illustrate nitro path, I guess I should have done it the other way around, but we'll say this is channel A, this is channel B, and you have your A1 and your A2. What nitro path does, according to ASUS, when your signal is traveling across the bus, you have a 1 and a 0. Anytime you see the square, that means it's a binary 1. Anytime it's not there, it's a binary 0. So remember, all of the data from the transistors is always a 1 or a 0. It's transmitting 1s and 0s. But as it approaches the RAM, notice how it's getting harder to maintain the shape. It's becoming more like there's a little bit of distortion happening. As it traverses the electrical wire on the physical motherboard, the signal integrity can start developing alterations or aliasing in the noise, in what's known as the electrical eye diagram. But now we're starting to get way too technical into this, so I'm not gonna try to bore you guys with the electrical aspects of it. But essentially, what ASUS's Nitro Path does is it ensures that the traces are more robust in terms of their signal isolation. So the noise, like this right here, could be seen as there's a little bit of noise forming on these signals as they approach the RAM due to the electrical interference and the resistances on the physical wires on the memory. So what NitroPath does is it tries to make the traces more optimal in terms of placement, in terms of copper layout, in terms of where they run the wires relative to each other. Because remember, we have channel A1 and A2 and B1 and B2, and they're close together. Those wires are close. So you could end up getting some slight interference. And that's typically not a problem if the RAM is running slow at, say, JEDEC 5600 or a slower speed. But when you start clocking the memory faster, when you start doing like 6400, 7200, 8000, now the frequency that it's transmitting is more, it's quicker. It's like switching faster and faster and faster. So you're more likely to end up with errors if the traces are compromising the integrity of the signal. So it's causing a distortion of the signal and eventually leading to errors and instability. And that's how you end up with blue screens. That's how you end up with crashing. That's actually what's happening physically. You know, if you look at this under a microscope, or you look at, if you probe it, not under a microscope, if you look at it with an oscilloscope, you'll see the pulse signals of the data bus. Like if you're probing like down that data bus, you can see the pulses. And as you increase the RAM speed to like 8000, for example, now the pulses are happening faster and faster and faster. So that becomes more challenging to ensure signal integrity. So what NitroPath does is NitroPath is providing a more robust signal layout, or trace layout, I should say, so that it can ensure better signal clarity and less noise. Think of like audio, like think of an audio DAC, like a high-end audio DAC. The noise isolation, you know, being able to get that crisp, high-fidelity signal response of that audio spectrum, it's the same the same concepts apply here to RAM and the CPU. So, but that's what NitroPath does. You have reflated heaps, but unfortunately nothing changes. So have you tried... So what happens if you do 2 sticks? So with 6600, you should be able to do 1-to-2 ratio at 6600. Yeah, I was gonna say HDZ. That's I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder if you have a bad stick of memory in that batch. Because it shouldn't, especially at 36. 36 shouldn't have any problems. 3600 should not have any problems. Because 3600, to illustrate 3600, 3600 is basically transmitting like this. Like this. It's slow. 3600. It's almost like listening to like Bob Ross paint Happy Little Accidents. That's 3600 mega. This is 3600 DDR5. This would be like 6000 DDR5 in terms of the transfer rate for comparison. So if you're running your RAM at 3600 and you're having problems, then I wonder how the RAM itself is running. One of the kits, so one of the kits to do 6000 on one. So the way MSI, so okay, good question. MSI achieves better signal integrity due to just the sheer experience from optimizing from the first generation. So they're basically not claiming any sort of specific patent, but they're claiming higher speeds because clearly you look at their website, you look at the documentation, they're claiming 8400 for single rank 1 DPC, and they're claiming 4800 for 2 DPC dual rank, and they're claiming 6400 for the others in between. So clearly there are some improvements even without NitroPath. However, MSI is going to attack the problem at the high end with the godlike by using more layers. So when you have a 10 layer PCB, so if you guys look at this is like, let's assume this is an 8 layer PCB. So you got 8 layers so you have 8 layers, and you can lay out your wires within those 8 layers, and you have enough distance between the different layers of the wire. So for example, if we look at a cross section, if this is a cross section of 8 layers of PCB, if I've got, let's say we got 8 layers. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are supposed to be the same, 6, 7, and 8. Oh, look, it just magically became 8 layers. So that means I can run, let's use yellow. I can run, well, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on, how did that become yellow? Anyway, undo that. Okay, that means I can put like channel A1 can run over here. That's A1. Channel A1. And then I have enough space. I can put like, B1 or A2, whatever, can go over here. This guy can run over here. This is like A2. Channel A2. And then if I want to do B1, I can put that over here. This wire for this trace, for the second channel, B1, can go there, and then B2 can go over here. So with 8 layers of PCB available, you get better noise isolation because the wires are physically further apart. There's a distance, but there's more distance separating them from each other. If you have a 6-layer PCB, it means that you have less space, which means the wires will be closer together, which means they could end up interfering with each other. And normally at slower speeds, it's not a problem. When you start running at higher speeds, that leads to more vibrations. That leads to more becomes more prone to interference, more prone to resistivity problems. Hence why ProcODT has to be adjusted, especially when there's a lot of RAM. So that's why lower PCB layer count is usually a bad thing. The higher the layer count, the more spacing you get between the actual wires in the motherboard. So one of the ways MSI is offering better memory speeds is with more layers on the Godlike. For example, the Godlike is a 10-layer PCB. So with the extra layers, you know, like that's like a really thick pizza, right? Like the crust is super thick. So with that extra space, with the 2 more layers, you can move these further down and spread them out more. So you get even better noise isolation on a 10-layer versus an 8-layer. And an 8-layer is better than a 6-layer. So that's how MSI is doing it, with more layers. Which is an expensive way of doing it, but it is one way to ensure that you can expect better memory speeds on the MSI Godlike. But it's not going to come cheap, and this is one of the reasons why. There was another example I was thinking of. So it's like, think of it like, if you remember, in in a college dorm. Like in a college dorm. You know, like if you have your room and your roommate is in the room next to you, think of it like the faster you run the RAM, like let's say your roommate is playing music and you're like talking on the phone to somebody. Like, let's think of it like a college dorm. 2 roommates in 2 separate rooms. They're separated by a wall. The roommate starts playing music in the other room. And then you are talking to somebody on the phone. You're just talking to like your parents or somebody, like you're at school. You know, this is like your freshman year or whatever. So your roommate starts turning up the volume of their music, so you start hearing the music coming through the wall. You know, like that's like this with the electrical interference and what could be crosstalk even. So you're supposed to have enough spacing to separate these. Now, the faster you run the RAM, the higher you run the voltages, you could get more interference with lower layer PCBs. So think of it like someone's cranking up the music in the room next to you and you can start hearing that music come through the wall. That's basically what happens when you have a 6-layer PCB and you're trying to overclock to like 8400 on the DDR5. Cranking up the voltage to run the higher memory speed is like your roommate turning up the volume on their stereo. Their approach is similar to the MSI approach. Yes. Basically, all of them are doing the same thing. ASUS is the only one that hit... Really, at the end of the day, they're all doing the same thing. The only difference is ASUS has patented. They've applied for a patent for NitroPath, which means that the other 3 can't copy their style of doing the wire trace on the new motherboards. That's all that is. But at the end of the day, they're all kind of doing the same thing. but ASUS has patented a specific way that they lay out their wires between the CPU and the RAM. That's basically all it is. But yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I think, it's either, I don't know if it's a motherboard. If you're having problems, okay, let's put it this way. If you're having problems running your RAM at 3600, well, your RAM should work at 3600 because 3600 is a supported JEDEC speed for 4 sticks of RAM. If it's not working at 3600, then you either have a problem with your motherboard or you have a problem with one or more of the sticks of RAM, or you have a problem with potentially one of the slots on the motherboard, which would be a motherboard problem, unfortunately, or you could have a problem with the CPU, but I hesitate to think that it's a problem with the CPU. What about the... Okay, yeah, we answered that. Okay, so... What do I need to do here? Let's, You're guessing it's his motherboard? Yeah, that's unfortunate, 'cause that's a really nice motherboard. That is a really... The Ace is a very nice board. Your FX has dead lanes. Your 80... Is that an 8350? 990 FX? Oh, the 990 FX? One of these days, I'm gonna have to do like my motherboard collection video, just because. What's a Linux PC? But this is a Vishera, right? You have the Ace and it's all, yeah, it is good. It's good. How is MSI's BIOS on the Ace? Like, does it look like the one on the new X870? X870E has a new UI from MSI. Does it apply? Like, was the BIOS updates that carry over to X670, do they get the new UI as the user interface? If it was a CPU problem, the board wouldn't even post. It's either the one of the sticks of RAM, all the sticks of RAM, or the board. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What I would do is I would test each stick of RAM individually. I would do single channel. Wait, you gotta go over here? Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I would test each individual stick of RAM. You haven't upgraded the BIOS yet? Okay. Is anybody planning to upgrade to the 9000 X3D CPUs? I'm curious to know how those will scale with, like, the overclocking tools. Because if what RK said earlier about the 7800 X3D not being able to use the PBO Max Boost override, then that's kind of a letdown. That's why I personally like the standard, like the non-X3Ds more. I like them because they're more fun to overclock. They may not be quite as fast in gaming, but the reality for me as somebody who games at 4K resolution, the difference between an X3D and a non-X3D, and an Intel CPU for that matter, is actually not that much. It's like not even noticeable if you're gaming at 4K. You would really only notice the difference at 1440p or 1080p. I think I'm supposed to go over here. Okay, I'm just gonna follow this guy. You think the 9800 X3D will have more headroom than the 7800 X3D? Yeah, but does it respond to the PBO clock override? That's what I'm wondering, because RK said it didn't. I'll be honest with you guys, Zen 5 is like the most fun I've had overclocking a CPU in like 10 years. Right, like, I guess I had a little bit of fun overclocking first gen Ryzen, like the monolithic Ryzen from back in the day. But first gen Ryzen was kind of like Zen 4 in the sense that a lot of the challenge was like memory. It was like memory compatibility. But see, I'm too spoiled by a 4K OLED. I'm gaming on a 4K LG Ultra Gear right now, playing this game at 4K. The color saturation is so good. The contrast ratio is just... Oh, man. And the sharpness of the image. I mean, you guys are seeing a 1440p downscaled image, but I'm seeing this at, like, 4K on a 32-inch panel. I just cannot go back to 1440p. I was on... Oh, boy. That was smart. I did not know which platform to go on there. But yeah, I cannot go back to 1440p. I used 1440p as my primary monitor for gaming from 2017 all the way to 2022. I switched over to 4K 2 years ago now. So I've been on 4K for 2 years. I just cannot... I can't see myself going to a lower resolution. Like, once you get too used to the extra screen real estate that 4K offers... It's just, I mean, it's just, everything else feels like a downgrade. The motion clarity is just so good. It's like... And the sharpness of the picture. The other thing, too, about using a 4K OLED versus a 1440p OLED, because OLED is using a non-standard pixel arrangement, text clarity on OLED is typically not as good as a standard LED. But because I'm at 4K resolution, 4K is so sharp and crisp that you don't notice any sort of issue with text clarity, despite it being OLED. This is a problem for 1440p OLED that you don't notice on 4K just because it's such a high resolution. Especially at 32 inches. I would imagine 27 inches 4K would be even better. Man, I'm just rolling on whatever. I need to think this through. I just randomly just roll and just get it. Like, people are like, not rolling on things or whatever. They're just passing on everything. How do you avoid OLED burn-in? I don't do anything. It just automatically, like, when I end this stream and I go away from the computer and put the computer to sleep, the LG panel will automatically activate pixel cleaning and it'll just set it back to baseline. Yeah, these newer OLEDs don't really have a problem with burn-in. Because of the algorithm in the firmware. Basically, what it does is something called pixel cleaning. Pixel cleaning, what it does is it cycles the voltage on the pixel. It cycles it up and then all the way down to 0. So it drops the voltage all the way to 0, so it goes pure black. It literally shuts it off. That way it avoids any sort of stuck, like, gradient where the pixel doesn't actually go to a full 0 volt. And that's actually how you get burn-in. Because it basically remembers, like, 0.00138 volt or whatever the arbitrary voltage number is to activate a specific color gradient. That's how you get burn-in. But the LG panel does a really good job with zeroing out the voltage so you don't actually get any burn-in. So yeah, I honestly, I would not worry about that. It does that. It also refreshes the screen every few minutes and you never notice it. Yeah. How many inches is the LG? Oh, that one. You asking me or are you asking HDZ? I'm on a 32-inch LG Ultra Gear. It's a 32-inch 4K. I mean, it's it looks pretty big compared to the you know, the 24-inch monitors that are right next to it. Is that a feature only on LG? No, the others do it. It's just they don't do it as... it's weird because ASUS has it too, but ASUS doesn't do it as frequently or something. I don't know. It depends on how long you use the monitor in a sequential time frame. Like if you exceed, I think the number is 4 or 5 hours of usage without the monitor getting a chance to go to sleep, it will do the pixel cleaning. So pretty much every time I do live streams like this, when I'm done with the stream and I walk away from the computer, it almost always, I think every time I've seen it go to sleep, it always engages pixel cleaning. But if I use the computer for like 40 minutes or whatever, and then I walk away, it just goes to sleep normally. It doesn't do any of that. So in theory, you can use this same OLED for 10 years and no burn-in. Yeah, assuming the organic component, the organic element inside, like stays for 10 years and it continues to work. I think what happens to OLEDs as they age, though, is I think they lose their max peak brightness. Now, I may be wrong in that, but there's something about the OLED where as they get older, because remember, it's essentially some kind of organic compound. It's like some carbon-based compound or something. So it doesn't, like, as it ages, it loses some of the max brightness that it has. So its max nit rating goes down ever so slightly as it ages. This is very similar to, if you guys remember when LCDs first came out. First there was like flat screen plasma, but then there was this other technology, like the first mainstream type of LCD monitor, like a flat screen monitor that replaced the big CRTs, was something called CCFL. Does anybody remember CCFL monitors? My first flat screen LCD monitor was a 17-inch 1280 by 1024. So that was that weird 5:4 aspect ratio. I remember playing WoW Vanilla on that monitor. That used a TFT panel, but the backlight was a CCFL. Cold, what is it? Cold cathode fluorescent light or something like that. CCFL. CCFLs came out first. Then LED LCDs came out, because I remember there was the whole LCD versus LED. They looked identical. LED was the newer technology, LCD was the old one, but LCD and LED are basically the same. LED was the new backlight. The old backlight was something called CCFL. And CCFL, like OLED, loses its max brightness as it ages. So it's like we're going back into that style. And if you go further back, plasma used to suffer from burn-in also. And CRT monitors also used to suffer from burn-in. So burn-in is not a thing that is new to OLED. Older monitors, older display technology suffered from burn-in. It was more prone to burn-in than OLED. Does anybody remember Plasma? Man, Plasma was like the worst one in terms of burn-in. LEDs do lose brightness over years. They're not supposed to. I know that my CCFLs lose brightness, because I've got some really old CCFL monitors that still work, and they definitely are not as bright as they used to be. CRTs are really hard to burn in, though. Yeah. You basically had to leave them on 24/7 all the time with a static image. With the brightness maxed out. But yeah, it could happen. Plasma, I think, was the worst one for burn-in. Worse than OLED. This game is going to get a big content patch in November. I have no experience with Mini LED. I've never used it. I've never even seen it in person, so I can't really comment on it. Unless the Sony InZone that I have is Mini LED, which I highly doubt it. Well, that could be a thing with the circuit for the LED keyboard. The keyboard that I'm using actually has burnt out LEDs. On my numeric keypad, 1, 2, and 4, the LEDs are burnt out. And the insert and the delete key are also burnt out. And my F11 key is also burnt out. So I've got a bunch of burnt out LEDs on my keyboard. Which is very disappointing because this is a Japanese keyboard. Japanese keyboards, Japanese products are supposed to be known for their quality. But yeah, this is a Real Force RGB Topre keyboard, which is a Japanese type of mechanical keyboard. And I'm very disappointed that the LEDs are burning out on it. Meanwhile, my Corsair, the Corsair K95 that I have for the live streaming PC, that one, I've had that for years, and that thing still looks brand new in terms of the LEDs. The new tech that has the OLED perfect black with better picture quality. Oh man, yeah, that's gonna be a long time from now. Maybe in the future, in the distant future, like 5 to 10 years from now, maybe micro LED replaces OLED in the long term, like a decade from now. See, what will eventually happen is OLED will become cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and then micro LED will also become cheaper and cheaper. So eventually, micro LED will become the new flagship panel, OLED will become the more mainstream panel. I think, well, I don't know, because I feel like mini LED, that's probably going to be the mainstream for a long time. I don't even know if OLED will ever be like a mainstream. It'll become cheaper. It'll become more affordable. I don't think it'll ever become mainstream. At least not as computer monitors. Maybe for TVs. They do make great gaming monitors though. Like OLED as a gaming monitor is really good. Productivity, I don't know if I'd recommend it. LG's IPS panels are really good.
You're ready for me to steal your heart.
Now to
Yeah, well, I don't plan on getting a new monitor for a long time. I was very disappointed when I saw the Sony announcement. Like, Sony's got some nice second-gen in-zone monitors. They have a 1440p OLED. And they have a 4K... It's like a better version. It's basically a better version of their first-gen in-zone monitor. I think it's got, like, more zones, or more auto-dimming zones, or local dimming zones. The one thing that I never figured about this boss fight is, what is the pattern, man? Everybody, like, this is like the hardest fight to do with randoms because it's, I can't tell the pattern. Is it based off of where the main tank is going? I don't understand. You have an older AOC VA panel, and the difference, I mean, LG is night and day. Oh, I mean, I imagine it would be, especially if an older VA. Older VA panels suffered from something called Black Crush, where if you look at them, especially the lower end ones, if you look at them in at a certain angle, like if you look at them dead center, there's like there's a problem with like the contrast, like it's just the color shifts or something. I forget how to explain it. Yeah, ghosting. Yeah, man. VA has had a problem with like response time. That's always been a thing on VA. Do you notice more ghosting on the newer VA? Oh man, this guy's gonna need our help.
What? Oh, you're kidding me. It didn't work?
You remember when the first Blu-ray player was crazy expensive and only rich people could afford it? Now they're dirt cheap. Yeah, because physical media is unfortunately going away. I don't know where to go. This is really weird. I don't know. I'm like having to stay in front of this thing. This is really frightening. Okay, apparently somehow I did that correctly. I don't even know how. Oh, not this. Line up, everybody. It's gonna hit like a huge thing. Okay, there we go. Okay. Did anybody bother to play? Is anybody playing like Throne and Liberty? Or did anybody try playing Throne and Liberty? It launched this week. I don't know if the launch was good or if there was like server problems, like queue times, server crashes, people disconnecting. You know, like I don't know how the launch went because I didn't play it. That's like the latest MMO. We need to spread out a little bit more. There we go. Oh boy. Okay, you take that. I want to go over here. Oh, someone else get grab that. I'll grab this one. One millisecond gray to gray. You don't have time for MMOs these days? Yeah, I don't really have that time. Basically, my approach to MMOs are as follows. When there's an expansion, like, I mean, the guys who watch my channel regularly, you guys remember back in late June and all throughout like the first half of July, this was the only game that I played. Like I went like, I literally go like hardcore on the MMO when the expansion is new because there's a ton of people that play these games casually. Like me. I'm basically, I don't play this game hardcore anymore. I don't have time. It's like you said, I don't have time. So when the expansion comes out, though, a lot of people resub to the game. So it's like all the people who you used to play with, if they come back to the game, you can group up with them again. You can do, like, you know, co-op content. You can do PvP, although PvP in this game is kind of like, you know, not its selling point. Let's put it that way. Compared to, like, WoW's PvP. But, is this the right place to go? I don't know if I trust this. This is weird. Are we supposed to go around here? I'm gonna follow the summoner. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm just gonna follow the summoner. I'm just gonna walk it out. Just walk it out. I'm just gonna walk it out. Like that one song. Walk it out. But yeah, I basically play this game like hardcore for like 2 months. Or like a month and a half. And then, I don't know if this is a safe spot. Okay, that is a safe spot. We are overlapped. And then it just tapers off. Like, everybody just kind of, like, unsubs and goes back to their normal lives. After, like, 2 months. That's how it is. Every two to 2.5 years, it's a cycle. It's a cycle. So this year is basically an like, what do you call it? Like, in season to play Final Fantasy XIV. Next year will be known as what I call off season. So there'll be far less people sub to this game next year, because it's a non-expansion year. So it's like, you know, unless you're trying to come back to play catch up or something, like if you're like super far behind, but even then it really doesn't even matter. What do I need to get? I guess I'll just roll on this. You know what? I don't care. I'm just gonna roll on... Wow. Okay. I got that one then. Okay. I had to roll on everything to get something. That was kind of scary. I did not want to redo this. This is like the worst one to redo. How did I get so good at overclocking? I mean, I don't really consider myself that good at overclocking. Like, I don't do extreme overclocking, right? Like, you're not gonna see me using like LN2 or anything on here. I learned to overclock back in the day on an AMD Phenom or AMD Athlon. And that was back when the BIOS was super basic. I'm talking like that old school blue screen, not blue screen of death, like that blue screen American Megatrends BIOS interface. You know, like no mouse, you had to use the keyboard. Everything was super big font. That was like on an Athlon or a Phenom, and then I got an Intel computer and I learned to overclock the Intel CPU. And then I got AMD's pile driver, the FX8350, and that was the first motherboard that I had that had like a really nice modern looking BIOS. That was actually the Crosshair Formula Z. Let me see if I can find a picture of that. Crosshair 5 Formula Z. Where's the picture? I can't find a picture of it. Oh, Newegg? Does Newegg have a picture of it? That's the manual. No, that's not going to have a picture of it. Crosshair 5 Formula Z. After seeing me get the ROG, you're thinking of doing the same to learn how to tinker by trying what I do. Well, my tutorials, I try to cover other brands though. I don't always just do ASUS. I haven't used ASUS in years. But yeah, if you want to get the same motherboard, I mean, that's fine. I will be doing more content with the Crosshair Hero. I will be covering Gigabyte still, though. So, currently, for modern motherboards, I have Gigabyte, ASRock, and now I have ASUS. Before, I only had Gigabyte and ASRock. And I still don't have MSI. So, you know, if there's another motherboard for me to get in the future, although I'm probably not going to get any more AMD motherboards until, you know, like, whenever AMD decides to release a whole new socket. So, at this point in time, I'd say I'm pretty much set for AMD. If I don't know, because MSI... The only problem is, like, if CUDIM comes out, like, in November or December, and none of the other motherboards have the BIOS update, MSI will be the only option. But I don't think I'm gonna spend a ton of money on a motherboard again in a long time for AMD motherboards. So I'm pretty much set. If I do get an MSI board, just so I can play around with CUDIM support, it'll probably be the MSI Tomahawk, the X870 Tomahawk. That way I can show like a single chipset motherboard, aka X870, because all my AMD boards right now are X670E or X870E. I have two X670Es, and obviously I have the new Hero, which is my X870E. But I have the ASRock Steel Legend, and I have the Gigabyte Aorus Master for last gen. And those are the only two that I have that are the old motherboards. And now I have the ASUS as the new motherboard. So I've got three. 3 out of the 4 major motherboard brands. I wish this was like a better picture of this board, but anyway, this is the this is the Crosshair. This is the ASUS ROG Crosshair 5 Formula Z. So this was the first motherboard that I ever had that was a flagship motherboard. Flagship. This was a flagship. I got this motherboard, I think it was like in the spring of like 2013 or the very end of 2012. And this was the first time I ever owned a flagship class motherboard to do overclocking on. And I paired this up with an FX 8350. This is actually an interesting website. So they have like all these boards. Why is it so slow to load the same tab though? Like, what if I do... What? How did it just like die? Not found? The URL's just not found? Okay. So what if I search like Z87GD65? Does this even work? Is our website like just dead? Maybe it's like a cached page or something? Anyway, that's the motherboard. The Crosshair 5 formula. So there's a legacy with Crosshair. So when I'm telling you guys about like the Crosshair being a thing, Crosshair was ASUS's very first Republic of Gamers product. Like that, this is the product, not this one, this is the 5th one. This is the Crosshair 5. But the original ROG Crosshair, the very first Crosshair, was the very first Republic of Gamers product from ASUS. So it started with an AMD motherboard. Back in the days of AMD 64. Back when AMD was vastly superior to Intel on the CPU side. This was back in the days, I believe, when it was like AMD Athlon 64 versus Intel Pentium 4. So I actually don't know when the very first original ASUS Crosshair or ROG Crosshair. That's not the original. Like, where do they even know where the originals? Oh, is that it? Oh, that's it. Yeah. That's it. The one on the left, 2006. 2006 was the very first Republic. So that means the Republic of Gamers as a brand has been around since 2006. That was the year that Intel launched Conroe and retook the performance crown from AMD. But AMD continued to be competitive with Intel until Sandy Bridge. It wasn't until Sandy Bridge when Intel basically ran away with it and AMD was kind of left to wander in the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights. You know, like, and that turned into a long time. You know, we're talking like 5 years of wandering in the wilderness trying to rediscover who they were. And then Intel was basically, you know, just doing the same thing every year. Basically, quad-core this, quad-core with hyper-threading for this. Rinse and repeat, you know, every year for a long time. So, but anyway, that's history. So I guess the reason why this person is showing this is because 2006 was the original Crosshair. 2017 was known as the return. This was a big deal, guys. Like, 2017 was a really, really big deal because that was, not only was that when Ryzen launched and that basically like reset the whole CPU market, but that was when ASUS brought back the Crosshair. So those who remember the original Crosshair, it was a big deal when the Crosshair 6, the X370 here, let's just go X370 Crosshair 6 Hero. Yeah, when this motherboard, there it is. When this thing came out, wow, the website scale's strange with zoom in. This was a big deal when this board came out because Crosshair had been missing in action for a long time. And when it launched, there was only like 2 or 3 motherboards. There was like 3 boards at the Zen 1 launch that had the clock generator, the B clock, unlocked B clock. This was obviously one of them. So I ended up getting this, and I think the only other ones were Gigabyte Gaming 5 and the ASRock Tai Chi. But this motherboard was like, you pretty much knew you would be able to do B clock overclocking if you wanted on this, because Crosshair, it's a brand recognition. Anyone who's been building PCs for a long time will know the name Crosshair. Like anyone who really, especially if you're an overclocker, like more so if you're an overclocker, Crosshair, you would recognize the name. If you don't recognize Crosshair, you're not an actual like hardcore overclocker. Like you don't know the legacy, or you're just someone who's just too young to remember the legacy. You wanted to get the new ASRock Nova, but it's now you got it. Yeah, man. Yeah, you should have jumped on it. See, I was so tempted to get that board, but like I just said, I already have an ASRock board. Like I got the Steel Legend from last gen, and really the only ones that were missing for me was ASUS, which I now have an ASUS board again, and MSI. So it's like I still got the Oris Master, I still have the Steel Legend, and now I have the Hero. So it's like I don't really, it's hard for me to justify getting another ASRock unless I were to like sell off my Steel Legend or something. But I don't know. I don't feel like it's really necessary since I already have like this motherboard gives me the ability to do the E-clock overclocking. So it's like I don't really need any other motherboard. But I think going forward, the next brand for me to get would be MSI, because I have not used a modern MSI motherboard since like 2019. It's been like almost 6 years since I've used an MSI motherboard. Could probably cope on the Tai Chi Lite. Well, no, hold on a second. I highly recommend you get either the full Tai Chi or the wait for the Nova to come back, assuming it ever does come back. But the reason why I would not get the Tai Chi Lite is because the Tai Chi Lite is missing the GPU quick disconnect. It's the one thing that it's missing that I feel like for $50, because that's $400 and the Tai Chi is $450. So for $50 more, you get the quick disconnect and you get better heat sinks for your M.2s. The heat sinks on the Tai Chi Lite are slightly smaller, so they're not going to have as much heat dissipation, especially if you want to use a Gen 5 SSD in the future. So yeah, I recommend spending the $50 extra. Get yourself that GPU disconnect latch, especially if you're going to be using a giant air cooler like a Deepcool AK620 or maybe a Noctua D15. So yeah, man, I can't live without the lever, the disconnect for the GPU, because I use big air coolers. That is a must-have for someone who uses large air coolers. Especially with the offset mount, where it lowers the cooler, where it becomes closer. It goes even closer to the GPU. Just to show people again, for those who came in later. I'm using an offset mount on the NHD15. So, just to show you guys, if I open this up, look at this. Oh, where's my little lamp here, my headlamp? Look at that. Look how close that is. With the offset mount on the D15, the GPU and the... Look at the clearance there. That is so, like, what? That's like 3 to 5 millimeters max of clearance between the top of the GPU or the back of the GPU and the cooler. Like, that is, you know, that is pretty tight tolerance there. So definitely get a motherboard that has the latch for disconnecting the GPU. That is like a must-have in this day and age. With these giant air coolers, like, that is a requirement. Your dad used to overclock the AMD CPU that needed you to pencil the core to unlock the multiplier. Oh, I remember hearing about that. Yeah, that was definitely before I was building PCs, but yeah. I remember hearing people talk about that. They put like graphite on it to, yeah. Yeah, the Tai Chi, I'm waiting for RK to confirm that this, because I think RK ended up getting this motherboard. What's the Tai Chi missing that keeps it from being used by serious overclockers? So here's the thing. If the Tai Chi has the dual B clocks, then it literally has, it's missing nothing. If it doesn't have it, then that's what it's missing. It's that simple. The Crosshair always has that. That is the thing about it, because of the legacy. It's been around. It's a motherboard that has been around since 2006. So you can bet that it's gonna have it. See, so you don't even have to think about it. My one pet peeve of the Hero, and you guys saw me complain about it when I first looked at this. ASUS messed up in the sense that they could have easily put 2 more Type A USB. My biggest problem with the Hero, as someone who live streams and connects a whole bunch of things, I have a USB microphone, I have a webcam, I have a keyboard, I have a mouse, and I have a Xbox Series X controller, which I use wired via USB. I never use it wireless. So that's already 5 devices. 5 Type A USB ports, like instantly used up by the motherboard. So that means I only have one open slot, one open USB port available on this board. It's already 5 of them are already used up. Can run a hub off of USB 4. Yeah, but I'd rather not do that. I'm going to use the USB 4 with the AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt, so that uses up one of the USB 4 ports. So I only have... Oh, but you're right. I see what you're saying. I could use these. I could use a 10 gig USB for a hub. I could do that too. But, I don't know. I could easily just use like a USB-C to USB-A cable and just have it like plug the C side into the motherboard. So I've thought about doing that. But, Lenovo docking hub. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. And it's funny you say that because I actually have one of those. I did a video about that. So I could actually do that. But I use it with my laptop though. So I have to, it's like, I don't know. That's kind of a messy solution. But yeah, that could be a workaround. What are dual B clocks? Okay, so B clock for that. I don't know how to explain that easily. Basically, what dual B clock means. Okay, this is the memory stuff that we're talking about. Hey, Marcelo. No, I went back to air. You know why? The giant fans from the Noctua do a better job cooling the Gen 5 SSD that's right above the GPU. With the liquid cooler, my SSD was getting up to like 73 degrees Celsius under load. Currently, after gaming continuously with the GPU pumping out all this waste heat, my SSD is like 64 degrees Celsius. And this is a Gen 5 SSD. So the Noctua does a much better job cooling my SSD than the liquid cooler, which literally had no auxiliary airflow near the socket. So I guess we'll delete all of this stuff. Well, that was a pretty good diagram though. That's an 8-layer PCB. So, what is the easiest way for me to explain the dual? Okay, so we're gonna have to delete all of it actually, I think. Basically, cut all of this, delete all of that out, and okay. How do we describe this? So, the CPU is set up where you have, okay, you have the cores, you have the RAM. Let's just simplify it. You have cores, you have RAM, and you have PCIe. So you have cores, so you could think of this as the CCDs. Then you have memory, and then you have PCIe. Now, everything has to be timed. There must be a timing reference for everything. So inside the motherboard, there is something called, well, okay, inside the CPU, there is a component that provides the synchronization reference clock is what it's called for all these things. But the motherboard, like the Crosshair, certain motherboards offer an external clock generator, also known as an E-clock or external clock, This is also often referred to as a base clock or BCLK or B clock. All of these phrases are almost interchangeable. So if you ever hear somebody mentioning the term B clock, overclocking, they're talking about using the base clock to force higher frequencies to the CPU cores. Now, most of the time in traditional overclocking, we would not use this because it was unnecessary if you had something called an unlocked multiplier. So there's also a terminology here, or a term called multiplier. Now this is different from the base clock. So the way that you determine the maximum, or I guess the frequency of the CPU, is you take the base clock, which is typically 100 megahertz, a 100 megahertz reference clock, which is known as the B clock or the base clock, and you multiply that by a multiplier. So for example, if I have a multiplier of 57, I get 5,100. Right? So at 5,700, this would be what? This would equal 5,700 megahertz. This would be the clock speed of the cores. So this would be the frequency of the CPU. It is the product of 100 megahertz base clock times a variable multiplier. Now, with Intel CPUs, Intel separates CPUs that are allowed for overclocking from CPUs that are restricted from overclocking. So what do I mean by that? If you have an i9 14900 versus someone who has an i9 14900K, there's a difference between these two. There's one simple difference, although maybe the power limit's also different by default. But anyway, the difference is this CPU has a locked multiplier, which means if you go into the BIOS and you have this CPU, it will not let you modify the multiplier. If you have a K series Intel CPU, you have an unlocked multiplier, which means you can go into the BIOS and you can manually change this number. So, like for example, if I have an i9 14900K, I can edit the multiplier. I can say like, hey, I don't want 57. I'm going to actually set this to a higher speed. Let's do a multiplier of 60. If I modify it from 57 to 60, that means now my CPU will clock to 6,000 megahertz, also known as 6 gigahertz. So this is how people have been overclocking basically since the early days of PCs. You were changing the multiplier, and you could have been changing the base clock. Although, if you think about it, this is much easier to change because it doesn't impact the other components of the CPU. So the difference between a multiplier, let's just go back to our original example here of X57, and there's a reason why I'm using 57. the base clock goes into something called a phase lock loop that is used per element. So this can give you a PLL for the cores and the memory and the PCIe. And the PCIe affects the NVMe drives, and it can also affect the SATA drives because the SATA can be driven off of Gen 3 lanes. So the reason why people typically do not mess with the base clock is because if you change the base clock, let's say I change this to 103 megahertz, now the 100, let's say I make this 103, so let's put this in yellow. Let's say I do 103 megahertz, and I put this in here. Now, everything, including the RAM, and including the graphics card, and the NVMe, all that stuff, the SSDs, you have literally overclocked everything in your computer that derives its timing for its frequencies off of the base clock or the B clock. So by doing that, now you know you've effectively overclocked the entire computer. Whether whether you wanted to do it or not, you've basically overclocked the whole thing. So what does that mean? If that means, let's say I'm running my RAM at 6,000, or no, let's say I'm running my RAM at 8,000. Well, let's use my computer as an example. Let's say I'm running my RAM at 6,000, because I'm running my RAM at 6,000. And let's say I'm running my cores at 5.9. Let's say I'm running at 5900, right? I should be using different colors because this is going to mess everything up. But this is going to confuse people because they're going to see the 103. So, well, okay. For argument's sake, let's just calculate what happens. So, if the multiplier is 57 for the CPU, remember that only applies to the cores. That means 57 times 103. That means my cores, my overclock is now, or my CPU's Fmax is now 5871 megahertz. The RAM, if the RAM was on a multiplier of 60 for 6,000, now I've overclocked the RAM to run at like 6180. You know, if it was 6,000, it's now running at a higher speed. So, but the problem is maybe the RAM can handle that. Maybe the RAM will run just fine. The problem is the SSD and the SATA. So this affects NVMe and SATA. This will actually start overclocking your SSDs and your SATA drives. And doing this is a very bad thing, and this can actually permanently damage your SSDs. So this is very, very bad. This can basically ruin your hardware, and it will never be recoverable. As RK rightfully mentioned, people were burning up M.2s last gen because they were doing base clock overclocking and destroying their computer hardware, unknowingly or knowingly. So this is why base clock historically has never really been something that people used as a practical method for overclocking. Traditionally, it's always been multiplier only, because multiplier only affects the CPU core. So your RAM stays. So when you leave the base clock at 100, if we put this in here, you know, now, and I only change my multiplier, let's say I change this to, say, 59, I change this to 59. Now I'm running 5,000 megahertz, but I'm maintaining 6,000 on the memory, and I'm not affecting my SSDs and stuff because I've kept base clock at 100 reference. So that's why multiplier overclocking was the way everybody always did it. Now with Ryzen, starting with Zen 2, Precision Boost Overdrive and Curve Optimizer were, well, I don't remember if Curve Optimizer was introduced with Zen 2, but Precision Boost Overdrive, ever since it was introduced, overclocking using the multiplier was never really used anymore. It was more so using PBO to overclock the CPU by extracting better voltage frequency response on your voltage frequency curve. So that's what base clock does. But now the question was, what is the dual E-clock? So in the ASUS Crosshair BIOS, and this is what makes the Crosshair special, and I think there are some other motherboards that may also have this. So in ASUS, so when you run this, this is known as synchronous mode. This is synchronous mode, which means everything in the computer is all synchronized across a singular base clock, a singular 100 megahertz, just like we said earlier. And any change you make to the base clock will affect the CPU, the RAM, and all the things that connect to the PCIe. And that includes SSDs, and even SATA drives, and even hard drives. So you're literally overclocking your hard drives when you mess with the B clock. Now, what the ASUS Crosshair Hero has, and its primary claim to fame, and one of the reasons why overclockers use it, is it has a special mode called asynchronous mode. When this is turned on, this activates a special... Now I got this thing in the way. Well, whatever, let's draw it over here. It activates a second E-clock. Let's just put it over here. So it turns on a second E-clock. It connects that up. And effectively, so let's just put this here. It basically creates something called E-clock 2 or E-clock 1. I forget if it's E-clock 1 or E-clock 2. It doesn't matter. It's E-clock. It's the second E-clock. You get 2 E-clocks. What it does is it decouples the cores from the rest of the CPU. Meaning now the second E-clock will be what's used as the reference for the cores, which means you now have an additional 100 megahertz reference clock. And now you can make manual adjustments to the second clock. So for example, if I do 103 megahertz, now this is what will be used when combining with the multiplier to determine the actual speed. So if we do the math, 57 times 103, that gives me that 5871. So now this is 5871 megahertz as the new F max. But remember, this will shift the entire voltage frequency curve based off of the 103 reference clock. So this basically overclocks the entire voltage frequency curve, or rather it shifts the voltage frequency curve to a higher frequency range slightly. So just by doing that one tweak in an ASUS Crosshair Hero, we have already overclocked the CPU to almost 5.9 gigahertz. Now, the thing with PBR, okay, let me just tie this off here. So the memory is still running off of the original E-clock, and so is the PCIe. So that stuff is still being fed by E-clock 1. So that goes here and that goes here. So you're no longer affecting your RAM and your SSD drives by turning on asynchronous mode. So it is a very useful tool, as you can imagine, for overclocking, because this will shift the entire frequency curve, and that means that your single thread performance can see some benefits by doing this. The other thing too is we can combine this with PBO. So if we have PBO and we do a plus 200 megahertz override, if we do this, that means now we have added an additional 200 megahertz to the F max. So that means the new absolute maximum speed that the cores can clock up to is now 6071 megahertz, which implies we are now at a 6 gigahertz overclock on an AMD 9950X. So that is how you can use you basically get the benefit of AMD's PBO and Curve Optimizer and Curve Shaper, which are sub-tools within Precision Boost Overdrive. You can combine that with the Crosshair Heroes asynchronous mode and achieve even higher speeds than if you only had one of them. And this is why I said yesterday that the Crosshair Hero is the overclocker's motherboard, because it has this special feature, namely the asynchronous mode. Now it has some other things in there too, for like memory preset tests and stuff that are preloaded in there or that are saved in there. But yeah, that's something else that it has as well. You heard someone overclock that to 6.6. I think the highest was already 7.4 from what I saw. The world record, I think, was currently 7.45 or something. But you can imagine this feature, if you're someone who is going to be using dry ice or a chiller or liquid nitrogen or liquid helium, if you're going to do extreme overclocking, you can see this is a huge benefit to have access to this for stability. So you don't have to worry about affecting your RAM and your PCIe. In fact, it gets even more crazy. Like if someone's going for the true world record on certain benchmarks, like especially if you're doing like a memory intensive benchmark, you'll have people running asynchronous mode and they'll be running like they'll be doing like 105 or something on this. Or no, they can't really do that actually. Never mind. I take that back. Never mind, because I got PCIe over here. Never mind. I mean, actually, I take that back. You can overclock a hard drive and it's probably not going to be a problem, but I don't know exactly how the stability for the benchmark is, and most people don't really use hard drives when they're overclocking anymore, so I don't know. So yeah, this is one of the features that the Crosshair Hero from ASUS, X870E Crosshair Hero, offers this feature. The Crosshair has always had features like this, and that is the reason why when I say that there's a reason why overclockers use this board, this is what I'm talking about in reference to the tools that it has. Am I doing RAID 0 with 2? No, I'm not gonna bother with RAID. There isn't really, I mean, the SSDs are so fast as they are, it's not really needed. It's too much of a hassle if you want to migrate your SSDs to a different motherboard. And I test different hardware all the time. Yeah, no, RAID just doesn't really, no. But that is asynchronous mode. I will be doing a video on that in the future. But I can tell you, like, I'm using it right now. And what's funny is if you guys notice, I'm purposely mentioning 103 because this is what I'm running right now. This system that we're streaming on right now is using asynchronous mode with a 103 megahertz E-clock. Have I ever used a Pentium or a Celeron? My very first laptop had a Pentium 4. It was terrible. It was like a Toshiba satellite. But just to show people this, just to show what it looks like. So, just to kind of show you what it looks like. So, right here. See this bus speed? Bus speed in CPU-Z. This is base clock. This is the B clock. Or base clock. Normally, this would say 100. Or it would be like 99.9 something and it would move around a little bit. The base clock at default is 100, but because I have overclocked it using the E clock, as I mentioned earlier, this right here, because we're using this 103, that's why you guys are seeing the bus speed is 103 instead of 100. So this is how you can visualize using something like CPU-Z to see the effects of it. And you guys can see the multiplier there as well. See how the multiplier is changing around? Yeah, it's not showing the single thread. This is showing, basically, CPU-Z is showing you an effective clock. So this is more like an average, because it's constantly moving between high frequency and low frequencies, or medium frequencies and high frequencies. So that's why you're not going to be able to see like the 5.9, but you're also not able to see the 4.6 and the 3.7. All the lower frequencies are not showing up in here either. So anyway, that's how it works. Anyway, guys, I think that's going to be it for this stream. But yeah, we'll be doing some updates on that. So the 103 E-clock preferable to modifying either the multiplier or using PBO to raise to the... you can do either method, but really what it comes down to is if you combine the tools together, you have the most runway in terms of getting the most max tuned performance available. Whereas if you only relied on one method, for example. So E-clock by itself is not very useful, to be honest. Like, at the end of the day, the PBO and curve optimizer, this still does most of the work. This is helpful to get slightly better single thread performance. But that's basically what it boils down to. Meaning, if you don't have this, like if you have, for example, a Tomahawk or a Oris Master, or maybe even the Nova, because I think the Nova, I would assume the Nova doesn't have this. Maybe the Tai Chi has this, though. It'd be really nice to know if the Tai Chi had this, because that would be like the lowest cost option to get the second E-clock feature. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, even without it, you're still going to be able to get like 95 to 98% of the most performance. So this is really for those that are chasing like the best single thread performance they could possibly get. Like asynchronous mode can help get better single thread, ever so slightly single thread. So that is one thing to be aware of. You have 14,000 something in raids. Wow, okay. Yeah, that is very fast. But anyway, guys, that's probably going to be it for this stream. You have a 6 gigahertz on TRX 50. It loads in 5 minutes. Wow. How did you... So are you using like a static voltage? E-clock 107. Or no, 103 in 30 minutes. Roof mic sound card. No, I switched. Oh, what? Oh, you're talking about the... That's a really high voltage. Yeah, but Zen 5 is so much more fun to overclock because there's so much more margin. There's so much more margin on Zen 5 compared to Zen 4. Just the newer architecture, the better IPC, the lower starting power limit. See, the problem was Zen 4 already started off at a higher, like it would instantly go to like 230 watts. So you're maxing out the socket and it would like shoot up to like 95 Celsius like within an instant. Whereas with this thing, it doesn't actually go that fast. Like, I mean, it doesn't heat up that fast. So with air and the stock temperature, like this thing gets to like 86 degrees. So at full load, so you don't see it ever hit 95 unless you raise the power limit. But anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. I didn't really have much of an agenda. It was mainly test the stability of the machine, and it's stable, as you guys can see. Like, it's... Played Final Fantasy. Was there anything for me to do in here? Okay, I just finished all the weekly raids. There's, like, nothing left in there, then. Alright, guys. Oh, do I know about that? I know about it. I have not messed with it yet. That is something that I will look into in the future, though. Because I only just started using this motherboard. So we'll look into that and maybe cover that in a future video. Alright, but yeah, as you can see, 4 sticks DDR5 6000. It works. Plus the overclock. All of it seems to be working pretty good. The system is actually probably my favorite computer that I've built in a long time. So, expect more videos to come in the future, and maybe like an overclocking guide. I think the next video you can expect to see on the channel will be a tier list video for the motherboards, and then probably another one for the X870. So, be on the lookout for that, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks for tuning in.